good Sunday evening, everybody. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
What's up? Let's go.
All right, let's do this. Let us. Guys, I don't want this to go as long as it did last year. I'm gonna jump right into quick promos for my friend Carl. Carl put out a episode of his weekly show, Bagged and Boarded, and reviewed some comic books that he read. So let me pop the link for that in there in case any of you follow any of those books or are curious to see what he thinks about any of those books. Good stuff. There's the link for that. And then we have Nicky B. Unfortunately, Nick, I did not find your Friday show, this coming Friday show scheduled, so I don't have a link to put in the chat for you. But everybody, please remember to check out Nick's show, the Original Art Experience, right here on YouTube at youtube.com/theexp. And yes, that is a combination talk show / original art claim show. And for those of you, and I'm sure there's not many of you who don't know who Nicky B is, here you go. This is the man himself right there. So check him out. And yeah, there's the URL if you want it. And as I said, I apologize, I cannot put one in the chat for instant clickability since I did not see one and did not receive one from him. But there you go. Check it out this coming Friday and every Friday. All right. So I believe that's it for the promos, and let us jump into the room and see who's here as our first few presenters begin to pop into the backstage area. As our pal Tom has come back, our pal Jeff has come back. Oh, he's come in for the first time, and he's fucking with me because I see he has typed his name as his name and my name together. I don't know what the hell that's all about. But Aranga has just popped in as well. Good to see you, dude. He's flexing. He's literally flexing. You got to show the guns, baby. So yeah, so let's see what we got. Who do we got? Who are we missing? So we're missing out of the top 4 presenters, we are only missing Steve Davich. So hopefully Steve pops. Steve is 3rd. So hopefully he pops in shortly. But just so everybody knows, because I don't know if I told all my guests for tonight that Mike and I are also going to each present a piece of our own. So it's actually somebody just canceled because of weather problems shorting their electricity and power. That's Danny Hoskins. So I may present for him on his behalf if he can't make it towards the end of the show. And yeah, so I think we have 19 plus Mike and myself. And let's see who else is here. Peter Rowe is here. He has just popped in a bit early, but that's okay. How's it going, Peter? Good to see you. And you're on mute, by the way. But yeah, so that I keep hearing people popping in, and hey, there's Mr. Davich himself. There he's popped in at the bottom. What's up? What's up? Good to see you. All right, sounds good. So yeah, we got the first handful of guys here. Let me say hello to everybody real quick, and then we're just gonna jump right in. So Hyder, yes, we will see you later. Don't forget to let me know. I know you. So everybody, just so you all know, all of you presenting tonight. You kind of know I've given you the order that you would be presenting, or who's before you. But just keep in mind that there's a handful of people who said they may not be able to make it as much as they'd want to, and so some guys may have to be like squeezed in out of the blue. Like if they appear and they say, "Okay, I can go now," don't feel bad. I'll ask you if you can wait a few more minutes to let them go in front of you. Because that may be the only opportunities we have to get certain people to participate. So yeah. So what else? What else we got? Who else we got? What up? What up? What's up? Marvel fan. Good to see you. Number one Marvel fan. Again, change that number sign to the word number. It'd be better. Hope someone animated the intro. No, we did not, as you saw. Watch and wait till told. Oh yeah. We talked about that before, so no problem, Sean. We got you covered. I'll keep you for later, but I will try to get you in sort of as one of the earliest of the later guys. But if you have to go, let me know a few minutes beforehand so I can get you in. I don't want anybody leaving, without presenting. Should be a good show. Absolutely should be a good show. What's up, Rickster? Good evening to you. No female presentation. Shame. What are you going to do, man? Not enough females in the hobby. Who's the most feminine? That's up to you to decide. That's my conversation with Sean. Good evening, fellow Compulse ones. There you go. Peter's down there waiting in the backstage area. And CJ, what's going on? Hello to you. John C, will people have volume tonight? I like when he presents using hand signals. We'll see what happens, John. And by the way, John, I hope you remember what position you are supposed to be in, because you were one of the later ones and you're here already. So let me know, by the way, let me know right now, actually, if this is something that is new for you tonight. You're not working, or are you going to be able to be here all night? Let me know. And otherwise, we're going to keep you for sort of the last handful of guys that would be starting around like the end of the third hour. And so hi, number one. Hey, not here, an all-star. What's up, Kavi? Hey, Tom, Peter, Rick, and John. What's up, Lee? Greetings, Jeff. It's so cool to see that everybody who's tuning in is a lot of you guys are presenters as well. So that's awesome. What's up? Game on. Exactly. Isn't tonight the big game? Yes, it is. And let me tell you guys, I'm wearing this in honor. But like I told you guys the last time there was a very important game. Please, and I'm being fucking serious, don't fuck around. Don't think it's funny. It's not funny. Do not ruin my game by talking about football scores. Don't talk about the game tonight, even as a joke. Don't do it. I swear to God, I will ban you. All right? Don't do it. Okay? I'm asking you nicely. Please, don't do it. Okay? I want to watch it on rewind after. So for those of you not into sports, you think it's funny to, screw people around by, telling them what the score is. Trust me, it ain't funny to tell sports fans what the score is when they don't want to know. All right? Okay. It won't just be you. Tonight is a pants-free zone, you crazy mother. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy New Year. Big party today. Welcome to you all. What's up? Thank you, Vivian. The best supporter of all. Who else we got? Happy holidays, Vivian. What will come first? The end of the show or sunrise? It will be the end of the show, TJ, I promise. Hello from the home of the victorious Chicago Bears. Barely victorious this year, Chicago Bears is more like it. What's up, Jason? Mr. Ladwig, good to see you. And don't worry, Jason, tonight, you're going to get to see quite a bit of art before you have to leave. Not unlike last week, where after an hour and 45 minutes or whatever it was, that you had to leave and we hadn't gotten to the art yet. Prepping for the latest snowstorm. Yeah, who isn't? 8 degrees Fahrenheit over here. If anybody's wondering, it's a cold one today. Hi, Lee. Hello, Mike. Hey, Happy New Year's, Vivian. Hey, Peter. Hellos. A lot of just hellos back and forth. All right. Taking off for you. Can't refuse. Hello, chatters. Hey, Peter. Coffee, ready to schedule therapy. Hey, what's up, Ian? Listening to home. Sounds good. Boys in the original art. Look at that. Another presenter. Evening, Mikhail. What's up? Hey, Peter. Mike looking suave as always. That's a dig at me, I know. Going to be a cluster F tonight. I see it already. Hey, Tom, did you think it was a clusterfuck last year? Because I thought it went pretty smoothly, given how many moving parts there are here. It's going to be good. It's going to be good, just like last year. Can you believe I won my own giveaway? Amazing! Some people have all the luck. You know how it is. Just headed home right now from vacation. Wow, but glad I can watch a little bit. Hey, sounds good. Alberto, it's a shame that you couldn't present as well. But thanks for popping in for a bit anyways. Original Art Royalty. Everyone got the best of what? All picked out. Yes. Good evening. Good to see you, John. What's up, Dan? Good to see you. Happy New Year. Like squeezing in. Yes, sir. Dave Kwok. Happy New Year. Dave, yeah, I know you're good. I know you remember where you were. You're actually, Dave, you're actually number 5. So if you want, feel free to pop into the backstage area now. Yeah, because you're number 5, and I've got the 5 guys there right now. Yeah, so if you feel like it, pop on in. Happy New Year, numero uno. Happy New Year. Hey, what's up, Marcelo? Happy New Year to you. Hurting those cats. Let's see what else. I'm trying to get fast through this to catch up. Doggy style. What? What are you talking about? Clusterific. Pull out your wiener schnitzel hat. Okay, that's a Marcus thing. Hey, Lee. Okay, I'm not going to talk about Canadian root beer floats. That's called a Mountie. Barry Sanders just scored. Whatever. Just got off work, have to eat and shower first. Okay, so I may be eating turkey right now or naked. Oprah, okay. Just show up when it's time. 0-0. What an asshole. Dang, football is so serious. It is. Should have pre-recorded to avoid foosball spoiler. Wagered his house. No, I didn't, but still. Don't wreck it, peeps. Asking nicely, I warn you, motherfuckers. That's right, CJ. You know what you got to do. It's a serious business here. Greater than football. I don't know. Art, did someone say, Art, what's up, Scotty? Giants will have damn good first-round draft pick, that's for sure. Adam Law, what's up? Happy 25 to you. Good to see you. Art therapy. Apparently it is, Peter. Let's see. Happy New Year. Hi, Dave. But saying that they may not be buying anything at OAX. Yeah, so everybody's going to go to OAX without buying. What can I tell you? Why go there without your pockets full? That's one thing I always made sure when I went to conventions. Is I wouldn't go to a convention unless I knew I could bring like not just pocket, some money for spending, but like a lot of it. Otherwise, what's the point? It's not really worth it, But yeah, those of you who aren't going to spend much, you'll still have fun talking with everybody and meeting everybody. So that'll be cool. Should I be insulted that you weren't invited? You were. Hold on. So Caesar.
But he showed all his art last week.
Was but we did that. But you were invited. I just realized you were one of the guys who never responded. When did we do our? When did we do our show and tell episode? It was 2024, right, Caesar? I'm talking because what I did for tonight is everybody. I only wanted to have people who did show and tells with me in 2024.
Yeah, it was the weekend before Christmas.
Right? No. But that was an unboxing. That was just a fun unboxing. Yeah. I'm talking about the show and tell. So when did we do the show and tell? Because either I invited you and you didn't respond, or I didn't invite you because you did a show and tell in 2023. Yeah, that's what it was. If you did the show and tell in 2023, if you look at the thumbnail from last year's episode, the All-Star episode, you're right there in the front because you were already on last year. There you go. That's what it is. Don't confuse me, man. I got to get the show on the road here. All right, getting the party started. Yes, sir. Had 2 weeks for New Art to come in. Going to see everyone mostly, but no, you're going to buy stuff. I'm sure you'll buy stuff. Exactly, Caesar. There you go. So now you know why you're not here tonight presenting. Some prepaid things I pick it up ahead of time. What's up, Carl? And all right. Caught up. Everything's good to go. Perfect timing. I was calculating 8:20, 20 past the hour. It's 15 past the hour. So we've already bought ourselves 5 minutes. Mike, my friend, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, everybody. So we're going to start off the show, as I said, showing a piece from Mike. Mike will be the first presenter, then I'll go. I'll do one. And then all our guests will start coming in one at a time. All right. So here we go. What's up, Gil? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Rumors getting confused. Let the revolving door madness begin. Yes, sir. All right. Let me cue this up for you, Mike. And the first piece in tonight's show and tell is this crazy killer piece.
All right. Yeah. So this is a piece by an artist. He goes by Jay Gonzo or Jason Gonzalez. He does his own independent comic. He's recently started doing covers for Marvel, but I got this from him last year, obviously, sometime. And I love his style when he does this kind of Hispanic or Day of the Dead style incorporated in his art.
Yeah, Mexican influenced artistic style for sure. Yeah.
And then so basically, I just asked him for he did a Spider-Man commission, which I really liked, which I showed you earlier. You can find that on his Instagram. And I just asked for a vampire Batman in that style, and this is what I got. And it's absolutely huge. And when you come back to me, I'll hold it up so you can see how big it is. That's what she said, right? I got it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, it's fabulous. I just want to quickly say, to interject, Alberto, I responded to this comment that I posted by saying, fuck you, Alberto. And StreamYard has not allowed me to put it in. It says, YouTube rejected your comment. Apparently, I'm not allowed to swear in my own comment section. That's really wild. But okay, what can I say? But sorry, Mike. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. So you guys should know, Mike actually presented me a selection of pieces, and I wanted him to select, and I said, look, my favorite is this one. This is the one that I like the best, but I let him select, and ultimately he chose this one. But that's what it reminded me. I was just like, oh my God. Not only does it have that Day of the Dead Mexicans influenced art style, but I love that he incorporated the logo into it, and even that, as fancy schmancy as it is also hand drawn as well.
Yeah, it's all hand drawn. All the hatching in the background, all painstakingly hand drawn.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, it's really, really beautiful. It's got some nice little bits of cross-hatching detail, not in a lot of areas, but it's really, really fine line stuff. Really, really nice, you know? Yeah. So really, really cool, man. So very, very nice. And I saw that he signed it in 2024. And so was it a piece that you just got recently? Because he did both pieces.
He lives down in Phoenix. I went down there and picked it up sometime in May or June, something like that.
Okay.
Here it is in person.
Oh, yeah. Check this out, guys. Check out how humongous this is. Hold on. Let me put you on the screen by yourself. Sorry. So yeah, check that out. And I believe that was like 18 by 24 board, I think what you said, right?
Right. And then, so here's an 11 by 17 page.
Oh, yeah. Holy smokes. That's a massive difference, man.
Let's see. Yeah. That's 11, 17 page.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Yeah, very, very different. I mean, really super exciting to see something like this. I would never have thought of the Mexican influence style, mixed with comic art. So it's really, really amazing to see.
Right. Well, I mean, if you like this, check out his Instagram page. He's got tons of stuff. He's really prolific. Like I said, he's doing covers for Marvel now. So
yeah, Peter is asking, what media is it? Is it typical pen and ink plus color, like a?
Yeah, pen and ink and probably marker on there. You can kind of see the strokes in there if I get the light just right.
Yeah, very nice, man. Wow. Yeah, and the size make it more impactful as well, you know. Steve, who's waiting in the wings to present, says that you should frame it and put it in your living room.
Well, it was hanging in my living room. I will get it framed.
Yeah,
Jeff
will you?
Wedding, Matt, I need to talk to you about framers in Vegas. If you know any good ones, let me know.
Yeah, the lighting on the hands, Dan. That's right. Yeah, the yellow highlights. That's very cool.
Yeah.
It is definitely an awesome piece. Yep, for sure. Fantastic. Way to go, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right. No, you're very welcome. All right. My turn now. And you are a dickhead. So yeah, let me cue mine up. And I wasn't gonna present, but when I realized Mike assumed he was gonna present, and originally I didn't even think about us. Then I realized, oh yeah, okay, I gotta pick something, and then I didn't until earlier this afternoon. So I'm gonna keep the theme the same. It's gonna be Batman. And this is my piece right here. Oh, I guess it's be smarter if I first come back to you here, and then maybe do that. Yeah, so this is my piece. Check it out. So yeah, this is from the Batman First Night, the 3-issue miniseries by DC's Black Label, from 3rd issue, page 36, by Mike Perkins, that came out earlier this year. And yeah, this is one of the 8 pages that I ended up buying. 6 of them are a 6-page sequence, and then I bought two separate ones. And funny enough, part of the reason why I really loved and wanted this one is because of the whole the mythology of Batman, the whole thing about, Batman not using guns. And there has only been a very, very select few moments in Batman's history where he did use a gun. And what I thought was so cool about this is that not only is it one of those rare moments, but because the story takes place in the late 1930s, I just thought it was cool that it's not just a gun, but rather a Tommy gun at that. So I was like, okay, yeah, that's a pretty cool thing. And for anybody who doesn't know, as far as the size of this art goes, because you may notice the dimensions look a little wider than normal.
Right.
It's 16 inches wide by 21.5 tall. So that bottom panel, the half splash panel with Batman and the Tommy gun, that is basically, you can cover that up almost perfectly with an 11 by 17 standard board turned sideways. So that gives you kind of an idea of how large it is. Yeah, so there you go. That is my piece. And let me come back here for both of us. And let me see, because I know that you didn't pop too many questions up. Matt will likely know about, okay, Framer. Not Newton. No Newton tonight, I don't think. Or there may be a Newton. No, not. I'm assuming that's what I'm going to be presenting for you, Jeff, is the white, as the owner of the hobby's best Nightwing collection. I'm hoping that's what I'm queued up for you. Nice Perkins buy. Exactly. You see, Cobby? That's what I'm saying. You see, as soon as they put Perkins or Grummett, the bias accusations come out. That's awesome. But yeah, thanks. It is a pretty awesome page. Thank you, Marvel fan. I appreciate it. Ding. That's real nice. Thank you. Powerful. Can't go wrong, Perkins. Thank you, Dan. Excellent. Let's see, you got another one. Yeah, like I said, I really have 8. 2 separate ones, standalone, and then like a 6-page sequence. Rare Batman with the gun, exactly. It's going to be a DC-centric, so you would hope so. We'll see how it turns out. I actually never thought to look at it that way, so I don't know what the ratio is. So it'll be interesting to see after the fact, It very much is, Gil. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Yes, it was very lovely. Warming up for the way Perkins draws the Batman ears. Good. I'm glad. Like I said, it takes getting used to, but he wanted to keep it true to how it was being drawn back then. If you look at those early detective issues, that's how it was being drawn, curved ears, So that's the thing. So everything else looks excellent. I love Perkins art. Thank you. That is a big one. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mikhail. Appreciate that. Crime noir bats. Exactly. I love the time period too. So That's another thing that I loved about that series. What's up, Rich? Good to see you, dude. Bad Ears are very true to his first appearance. So that's right. Exactly. Nailed it. That's right. Exactly. Hey, Peter, and hi, Rich. All right. Excellent. All right. So let me queue up the next image, and then I'm going to bring in our first presenter, our first guest presenter of the evening. And that will be the one and only, the biceps himself. Rongati, baby.
What's up, fellas? Mike,
man, how you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I'm getting dangerously close to being overexposed on these shows. In the last 2 weeks, I've done Nick's show. I did Calf this week, and I'm doing your show. So I've kind of made the rounds. Hashtag overexposed.
Nice, man. I mean, that's okay. That's okay. People like you. As long as people like you, it's okay. It's all good,
Or at least pretend to my face.
And that's right. Exactly.
I like that too.
You're just doing guest appearances on everybody's show. Like when they did Wolverine in every issue.
Yeah.
Comic book.
Yeah, I'm like the 2024, 2025 equivalent of Wolverine in the 90s.
Right.
All right, bro. You ready to present?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. I just want to mention, just as a preamble, real quick, that a lot of you know, I once upon a time used to focus my collecting on Incredible Hulk art. My favorite covers and splashes that basically from Hulk 102 up. From the more modern era, 90s and up, let's say like Keown era, let's say late 80s. I got a great Keown. I had one of those. I ended up getting Gary Frank, who followed him. But then I never did end up getting a Liam Sharp one. But I just wanted to say that this is what we're going to show. That's the one we're presenting for you now, Iranga. This is the one that I had on my want list that I would love to have had as part of my Hulk cover and splash collection. So, yeah, it was great to see that you ended up ultimately getting from Jared. And, yeah, man. So tell us about it here. We'll show it and, say whatever you want to say about it, everybody. This is like my favorite of the Liam Sharps. This is just fantastic. Check it out.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, it's on the run of covers Liam had. This is up there. There was another one with, it's got the Hulk, the back of the Hulk and the man thing, and it's inked by Paul Neary. I really like that cover as well. But this was, this was it, man. And there's a ton of nostalgia obviously attached to it for me. This was, I think the book came out in like 95. The Hulk was kind of like a gateway drug, Keown and Peter David's run for me. And then the transition from Keown to Gary Frank, there was a gap in between that. But the awesome thing about this issue was the first half of the book was done by Gary Frank. And this was pre-internet and all that shit, right? So no one knew that Gary was leaving the book until I got to the middle of the book, and there's a note that says, "Thanks for everything, Gary." I'm like, what the fuck? And then, but they eased it by kind of having the new regular artist do the second half of that book, which is pretty neat. And I was familiar with Liam's work, kind of in bits and pieces. Everyone's familiar with that Death's Head 2 pinup promotional image that he had. And then he done some work in back issues of Spider-Man during the Clone Saga. So again, bittersweet. We got here, and when this cover came into my orbit by happenstance, or just sheer good fortune, and I'll say, it goes into like when you talk about your friends and your collector network. Mikhail and Fish were instrumental in ultimately me landing this, so those guys have my gratitude. But so hologram cover, right? I was 15 when this came out. I'm a sucker for those. I was a sucker for those. But when you see the original art, man, it sings For me, it's a Hulk transformation. It's got the trademark sharpened rigs, the veiny arms, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I love the art, man, a significant part of this is there wasn't a reality when I thought I would own this cover or anything from this run. Part of that is Liam had a ton of his original art destroyed through a
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, just yeah. It's I can't remember what it was. It had to do with water.
Okay.
It was, and it was stuff that was in his attic. So there was a leak in his attic or something. He told me at one time that's part of it. So a lot of what you see floating around from Liam, it's from the same book. So there's like entire books that are no longer there. It's either the stuff that he had early on or the stuff that Robin Riggs had that you see floating out there. So yeah, man, artistically it's beautiful. It's one of my favorite covers from Liam as a standalone Hulk cover, you know, where it's not just a headshot of the Hulk and a storytelling type cover. This is like a singular image. What I like about it too is, to me, it looks like one of those classic first issue covers. It's what, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of homage to the first, you know, cover anyways from 1962. And yeah, it's even if you don't have the banner, you know, the banner thing right in the middle, if it was just, let's say, the other three figures, yeah, this is like, as soon as I saw that when it came out, I was like, okay, yeah, this should have been like if they relaunched the title, it looks like that's what the cover should have been for a first issue, you know? Right. If this happened in the last 15 years, this would be a new Hulk #1. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but yeah, man, I'm really thrilled about it. When you asked me, you know, because I did get a couple of pieces that I really loved this year, but when I had it wasn't even a contest when I had to the one that was my favorite pickup. I mean, it's there it is, right over the right shoulder. Hey, guess what? And then this is the book, man. This is like literally the 30-something-year-old book. That's the one you bought, bro. It made it from Dubai to every house I've lived in the United States. Wow. It's still got the sticker. You probably can't see it, price tag, a 22 dirhams price tag. Oh my god, that's funny. From back then. It's actually in fairly decent shape for. It's never bagged and boarded. We didn't have bags and boards. Like in Dubai. They just gave you this shit would just lay there and you. Yeah, for sure. But that's awesome. Man. Wow, that's awesome. Well, hey, man, thank you so much. Not only, of course, for your presentation tonight, but obviously for having done not only the last show and tell with me earlier in the year, but for all the other little guest appearances you've done on, you know, roundtables and whatnot. Yeah, it's been fun, and always love having you on anytime I can get you on. So, hey, man, it's always a pleasure. I appreciate it, because I know, as much as you know, self-deprecating as you want to be about being on and overexposed, like I said, I would have you more often if there was, like, you know, reason to have you on more often, whatever, you know. Yeah, I always enjoy having you on. So I appreciate you, man. Someone like at the very least asks, that means, hey, you know, I didn't screw up too much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I appreciate it. Listen, Happy New Year, Mike. It's nice. Happy New Year. I think this is the first time we've actually interacted in this space. Commented back and forth. Thank you so much, guys. And for anybody who doesn't know, he's typically, when he's in the chat, he's NSNart. So it's hard to sort of remember and keep track, because, you know, nobody typically knows him as Mike. I always address him as Mike, so purposely, so when people, if I'm like highlighting one of his comments and it says NSNart, and, you know, people who may not know what that means, I always address him as Mike so people can make a connection. Oh, NSNart is Mike, whatever, you know. But yeah, so there you go. But yeah, he's shit, man. It's not even close. It's Siegel. I do like 3 or 4 shows a year. Shut up, dude. Alberto, you Captain America loving freak. All right, Arango, got to get going. Let's do this. Thank you again so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great 2025, man. You as well. Thank you. Bye. See you soon.
Bye-bye. Okay, so next up is my pal Jeff. And I see that Jeff has changed the name that he had. Let us bring him into the studio. Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Hey,
Jeff.
Happy New Year, everyone. Yeah.
Happy New Year to you. How's it going, man? How you doing?
That's been good. Busy, but yeah.
Good. Are you as cold? Are you as cold as we are here? So Celsius, we're minus 13. What do you got? You're never as cold.
I don't think it's that cold. It might be just below freezing here. No. I don't think it's that cold. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. You guys are lucky. It's always worse for us. Yeah. So we got a cool piece for you to present, and of course I have I got two extra slides, one of which we'll have to go back and forth when you explain the actual piece itself. So I'll show it as I feel we should show it, but anytime you want me to go back and forth, whatever, you just let me know, you know? Okay, so let me cue that up. Let me get us back to the view that, hold on. All right, let me get it like this. And yeah, let's present here. We got, check this one out, everyone.
Yeah, the first appearance of Nightwing. There we
go. No, that's some kick-ass Nightwing art right there. Awesome, man. Love to see it. No, this is Terry and the Pirates Sunday, obviously, from the post-war period. There we go.
Yeah. So this is a partial Sunday, and Milton Caniff didn't typically color these. I really can't think of too many that have been colored. So this was done for some kind of repurposing that I don't know exactly what it was done for. So the original Sunday has, I think, 11 panels, and they took out one of the middle panels. They used it as a cover for something, and then they sort of reassemble these things, and then Caniff signed this at the bottom. If anyone knows what this is actually used for, that'd be fantastic. But it is a pretty cool piece. It does have images of the Dragon Lady and Terry. They're kissing in this one, and it's not really a romantic kiss. The Dragon Lady's actually trying to seduce Terry, and then that flash you see in that second last panel is like a photograph going off. So she catches a photograph of him so she can blackmail him in the future. It's not a... So Dragon Lady's always got other plans going on. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy, Jeff, right? Like when you think about it, it's one thing that you have to fit it in order for the newspaper syndicates to fit it in the way they want to fit it into their newspaper. It's crazy though. So you know, I get that they want to, fit a certain shape, right? But like to fill out a certain area of the page. But it's crazy to think that this is what ultimately gets published when you got 6 panels, right? On the original there's what is it here? 6 on the original, right? But then you what actually got published is the whole version is like 11. It's almost twice as long.
Yeah, so half the thing is missing. I don't know where it is now. Right. With the Sundays, they used to print in 2 different ways. They printed this sort of sideways way, and then they had a longer one that was like a full page. And a lot of the Sundays around this era had what they call drop panels. So one of the Sundays would actually have an extra panel that the artist had to incorporate that could be removed for the other format. I don't know if this one actually has a drop panel. I don't think I've seen the full size version of this one, but
okay. And on one of the panels here, let me show it. One of the panels that you don't have on your original is
the bottom left one, which is a really nice panel here.
Yeah. So, Mike, if you don't mind just removing the comment there, so everybody get a quick look at the bottom left-hand corner where they're dancing together, Terry and the Dragon Lady.
And that panel was used as a cover for something colored like that.
Yeah, this is what I was getting at. So here, check it out.
Yeah, that's right. There it is.
Yeah, there you go. So that's the missing panel on the original and used on as the cover to one of the collections of the Sundays. So it's pretty neat. It's too bad it's not one of the panels that you have on your original though, right? Like,
no, that's a great panel that's missing. Yeah, and I'd seen this piece on one of the secondary auction sites, either C-Link or Comic Connect, probably 10, 12 years ago. And it's one of those sites you can't really bookmark anything. So I totally forgot about this auction, and someone else wanted it. I would have paid a lot more for it at the time, but it luckily went to a friend who always kept me in mind. And when he was selling some stuff this year, he was able to get this to me. And
so now, are you saying the other missing half? Is that what you're referring to?
No, this actual piece. I missed this at auction like a long time ago.
Oh, this
one of those,
one. Okay.
Yeah, this is one of those pieces that haunts me. I used to go to his gallery every so often, and just
yeah, but it shouldn't haunt you anymore, though.
No, it doesn't haunt me anymore. But I've had a couple of Caniff pieces haunt me. Not many things haunt me, but there are a few.
Yeah. That was one of those. Well, very awesome. Yeah, it's a great piece. And did you select one tonight? Because would you say that was your kind of like the one that meant most to you, like your favorite of the ones you acquired in 2024?
I think it's the most personal one of the ones I acquired in 2024. I didn't actually include this in my Comic Art Fans top of 2024. I picked a different strip art piece, but this is probably the most personal of the ones I got, I think. Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Well, it's a cool one. And by the way, now that I know, I don't know if many of you know, but Jeff has been spending the last few years paring down, culling the collection quite a lot.
Yeah, you can do it.
It was a massive collection though of thousands of pieces. So you get rid of a few thousand, you still own thousands to be fair. But in terms of Terry Sundays, this is one of how many do you currently have left?
So this is a partial Sunday. I have 3 full Sundays by Milton Caniff. I only ever had 1 or 2. I never had more. And
it was only the dailies you had a lot of.
Yeah, a lot of dailies though. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, you've had a lot of dailies, and you still have a lot, and you have some amazing ones. So I could live without I prefer dailies to Sundays anyways. But yeah, I mean, even if I owned your collection, I could be missing these Sundays, and I wouldn't miss them just because the sheer quality of so many of those dailies you have are like outstanding level out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they're just up there quality. So
I've been very lucky to find some and to be in a position to pick up things without without having to go through auctions.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, excellent. Thank you again, as always. Always a pleasure to have you here, even though it's not often. So thank you for doing this tonight, and of course for the show and tell. And I'll never forget that you were my first hangout series, first episode hangout when we did it directly from your house. And both shows, that's the fun thing with you, is that both of the shows we've done previously, we did together at your house, right? So sitting side by side. So
that's actually why my title had your name on it. I hadn't changed it since you were here.
From the last time. Okay. That is so funny. But yeah, man, thank you again. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. And
thanks for having me. It's fun. Yeah,
I mean, listen.
And hi to everyone out there. Yeah.
Not only is it because you're my friend, but also because you're one of the few collectors who does, hang out at least on rare occasions on any of my shows. Who is a predominantly a strip art collector. There are not many of those, unfortunately. So I don't on the show and tells. I don't actually end up showing too much strip art. It's pretty rare. So having you allows me to do that, and get this strip art in there. So got to represent, that part of the hobby. So
yes, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, Jeff. Thanks again, my friend. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Jeff.
All right, we'll be in touch.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Okay. All right. So very, very, very cool piece. Another one. I love it, and I love the fact that managed to get some strip art here tonight and some classic stuff too, and a really cool example as well. So that was very nice. Comic Art Boston. Good evening, my friend. Good to see you. And as I just so you know, I have the ability to control the chat comments, but 99% of them so far that have been posted on the screen, it's Mike my wonderful co-host and friend here who's been doing it. So I've got him handling this tonight so that I can kind of stay a little more focused on, on our guests and what they're saying. Yeah, so it's very nice to have that help. So very cool. Thank you again, Mike.
Yeah, I think it's going pretty smooth so far.
Excellent, excellent. All right, and with that, let us get to our next guest. Our next guest tonight, let's bring him in. It is the one and the only Steve David. What's up? What's up, Steve? Are you frozen? You look frozen.
On mute.
Oh, you're on mute, buddy.
I'm good.
You're
Here.
good now.
All right. It was fine that it was frozen. Mike, you're making a wonderful Vanna White tonight.
Yeah, you're doing my best.
You're really turning the letters perfectly. It's very nice. Nice to see.
Just FYI, you are freezing a little bit, but it's okay. You're okay at the moment. But
right.
yeah,
I don't know what to do about that. I can.
No, it's good. It's good. It's working good now.
Okay.
So let's just get into your presentation, and that way, if anything screws up, it'll screw up after you've already done the presentation.
Okay,
How's
sounds
that?
good. Sounds good.
All right. Let me cue that up for you, my friend, and we'll do that. But how you doing, by the way? How's the weather? You must be freezing where you are right now. What's the temperature there?
20. It's 20 degrees here. It's not. I mean, it's
20?
Chicago. It's
Okay.
Chicago. It's
Yeah.
It's kind of where we're supposed to be. It's I think like over so many years, it's been a little bit warmer for the winters. We've had no snow really. It's not too bad.
Okay. Good,
and I think
good.
Tom's somewhere watching too. He'll vouch for it.
Yeah, I know him. He's there for sure. All right, let us get to this next piece. And those of you who remember my show and tell, actually with Rob Frey, you guys might be forgiven for thinking that this piece we're going to show would have been in his collection. But it is indeed in Steve's collection, and it is a pretty kick-ass piece. So let's check this out and let Steve tell us why he chose this one, perhaps to be the one and only to present for him to present tonight. Check it out.
On a side note, I did talk to Robert Frey before buying this. He used to own it, so he let go of it out of his collection.
Funny. Oh my God!
So that later on in life I could have it.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Okay, fantastic. Hey, Kazra's here. What's up, Kazra? Kazra, by the way, Kazra told me, let me come back to you all, just so you all know, because I like to call people out. Kazra, I obviously invited him. He said he couldn't make it. He said he was in 16 hour per day OAX mode. I said, no problem, dude. I understand. Of course I understand. No problem. I will miss you, but I appreciate him getting back to me anyways, and here he is. He's still here long enough to at least say hello to you and support you. Let's see if he can at least hang out long enough for your presentation, Steve, because then
he's probably gone by now. He probably stepped in and
just to jab you a bit and then leave. Okay. Well, let's get this back up here. And yeah, man, tell us why you picked this one as your kind of the one that you wanted to present tonight.
To be honest, like this is the type of page when I first started collecting that I thought I would never own. It would just seemed way out of, you're going to get this George Perez Avengers page. Now, it's not from an 80s run or anything else, but as I was thinking about it today, I was like, this page is 24 years old. So it's hard to wrap your brain around it. And looking at it, it's just like, this is the type of page I would have loved to have seen as a kid. I would have took it aside. I would have tried to draw it. I would have tried to draw the characters. With George Perez is just not, I think he's as good in this 2000 run of his Avengers as he was doing it, from in the 80s, or he really, really was putting the love into it. I think it was kind of his swan song with the last great thing he did. The way he's got all the characters all crushed in together, yet it doesn't seem cluttered. The way, I like the way, he just, George is going to sit there and not just even draw it straight on. He's doing the top panel looking up at the characters. He's doing the bottom panel looking down. He's doing that angle from there. He's making each character not just run forward, but giving personality to each one. Spider-Man jumping off a giant man's leg, Captain America flipping over the rock, Thor leaping forward, almost in anger, collecting his hammer. It's just, he really just puts a lot of love into this. And the bottom part, is such a wink to Kirby. If I would have told somebody, yeah, these are old Kirby character designs that he's never used, you believe it. So he really puts a lot of Kirby love into the bottom of it. It's just, it's on my wall in the hallway. I love walking past it. I love looking at it. And it's just, it makes me feel like a kid again. When I first started collecting comics, when I was 12 and 13 years old.
Right. And there's no more fun time than the age of 12 and 13 when you're a comic fan, right?
I agree. I think a lot of collectors, when they look back and they try to get stuff for their collection, they will buy a lot of pages from the comic books they were buying when they were 12 years old.
Yeah. It's very, very, very true. Yeah, no, it's spectacular. I mean, I don't need to go over it myself. Everything you said is well documented. When you look just by looking at this page, it's fantastic. I mean, if you're only going to get one page as well, I mean, wow, you look how many Avengers you have up there, right?
Oh yeah, and really, if you're looking at it too, it's such a classic group of Avengers. I mean, you got Firestar and Marvel Boy in the background from this run, but everybody else is like vintage.
Yeah, exactly.
From the Perez run.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Is like, it's okay to have newbies. Like, it's fine because you already have all the classics, right? So the newbies are just like a bonus, basically. So why not have a few more as a bonus, right? You get all the ones that you really love, plus a few more. Why not, right? Throw them in. Why not? So
and he does a great job. Like I said before, George sitting there and be like, hey, we need 20 characters in the top panel or whatever number there is there. He does it effortlessly. And you can make everybody out perfectly. Nobody seems crushed in or kind of, and he uses the space great. He definitely is a master. Yeah.
And that's a very good point to mention the spacing, because let's be honest, George, as phenomenal of an artist as he was, one of the things that was not necessarily always a strong suit for him was the fact that because he wanted to always impress the fans with all the detail, all the different, as many, squeezing in as many characters as he can, oftentimes it is what you could describe as cluttered. Because he just wants to put as much in there for everybody to just absorb, and take in. But on this one, there's all this separation between them. It's definitely one of the better ones where it's like clarity is immediate as soon as you look at it, in spite of the fact there are, I don't know how many characters, but a lot, So, fantastic example. And I do believe it's your only one from the series, right?
Oh, yeah, this is my only one. A lot of things that I collect, I try to get one really nice example or one really nice example from an artist or from a run. I have, of course, I have a few things that I have a couple pages or whatever else. But if you go to my CAF, you're not going to see a lot of just one artist. I don't collect one artist. I try to collect examples, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, totally get that. Yeah, and that's you won't have to upgrade that one. Let's just leave it there.
No, this one, when I say it was on the wall, the ones on the wall are staying for a very, very long time. So
right. Perfect, man. All right, man. Hey, well, look, like I said to everybody else, I really appreciate you doing this tonight, and thank you again for agreeing to do the full-length show and tell earlier this year. It was a lot of fun. Had a good time with you, and yeah, man. In the future, who knows? Maybe I could use you for a round table if you're available.
Love to do it. Love to fit it in. It's great. Always good to see you. Good to see Mike.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
And the guys before, Jeff and
yes.
Yep.
All right, man. Thanks again. I appreciate it. Thank your lovely wife for letting this happen as well.
Right, I'll let her know when I go upstairs.
Maybe
Right.
maybe it gets me some brownie points. Maybe it gets you some brownie points. I don't know.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. I'll let you know, buddy. All right.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Thanks, pal.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay. All right. Very, very cool, George Pérez piece. And so next on tap, our next presenter is going to be our pal Tom McDonald, followed by Dave Quark. And Dave is now in the backstage area. What's up, Dave? I can see you there. And then followed by Cobby. So let us bring in Tom. Here we go. Hey, you might want to maybe.
Hey, everybody. Yeah.
Hey,
right there.
Go.
How's that? Hey, guys.
That's good.
How you doing?
Perfect, man. How you doing?
Happy New Year. Good. I think we're going to have two back-to-back Chicago guys talking a little bit about George Pérez.
Yeah. I mean, you.
Did you plan that?
I didn't. I believe it or not. Sometimes I wouldn't blame you for assuming.
Well,
I don't know.
This was a tough choice.
You know, no, but maybe it's just a Chicago thing. I don't know.
You're very meticulous in how you plan this.
That's true. So, it's true, but don't forget.
This was a tough choice for me.
Yeah, no, but for me, with the planning of the placing, right, of the images, don't forget. Usually, it's all the pieces are from one collection. Tonight, all the order. I had to determine it not by how I want the pieces to be shown, rather by when people say, hey, it's more convenient for me if I can present at this, between this time and this time, so that's how it was all determined,
That's how it worked, yeah.
So yeah, man.
Like I said, this was tough. It was tough to pick because I bought a
Well, yeah. Anytime you got to pick one piece,
a lot of boxes.
Yeah, anytime you got to pick only one to talk about, it's going to be tough, right? But
I almost went the way of Steve, because it was going to be picking a Pérez piece from when I collected as a teenager, right? It was a Pérez Giordano piece from the Judas Contract, and I came very close to picking that.
Oh.
But the reason I picked, I got that Miles Wall painting of Rorschach in Chicago. I got a Chrissy Zullo Teen Titans cover that DC wound up using for a bunch of merchandising in the fall. So it was a hard pick. But the reason I picked the one that I did pick, because opposite of what Steve talked about, this was one of the last issues and the last pages that made me excited about comics again. And I'm talking about the García-López, George Pérez inks for the Return of Donna Troy. This came out, for context, this came out in May of 2005. So this was about a month before Christopher Nolan's first Batman movie. Because as I was thumbing through it again last night, the ads for that movie were in there. And this issue actually led right into Infinite Crisis, which kind of a callback to Crisis on Infinite Earths. Yeah. And it was that 2005, 2007 period, which I thought was the last of the prime DC era for guys my age. My daughter was born in 2007, so I pretty much stopped collecting when she was born. And this particular issue, I remember I didn't know what was coming out. I didn't keep tabs. I remember opening it up and just being blown away that these were my two favorite artists that were working together, García-López with George's inks. And for those of you who don't know, if there's ever going to be a Lifetime Achievement Award for the most mismanaged character in comics, it's going to go to DC for Donna Troy. She's had like 5 or 6 different origins. And Phil Jimenez wrote this, and he also drew the covers. And he did a really good job of kind of consolidating her 5 or 6 different origins into a single story. In this particular page, she gets some magical armor so she can kind of go save her spiritual sister Sparta from a war on one of the planets that the Tamaranians are taking over. And in this particular image, that's her husband that's reaching out with his hand, not Terry Long, but some other Titans of myth that was in her, or like part of her, mythical origins. And they're all worried about her going down and finding some secret on a planet. But I remember the art in this series. It's just jaw dropping to see these two guys work together, and they must have really had a lot of time, which is not common for editorial. I don't know if you can see some of this. This is one of the splash pages. And I encourage you to find this comic digitally if you're a fan of either of these guys. And this page is good. It's certainly not the best of what's on CAF, but there are only about 8 or 9 pages on CAF. This is the only one from issue 1, which I really, really wanted.
Cool.
And but for every page in this issue, it's just stunning, and it's the perfect balance of my two favorite artists coming together. You could look one way and see one of them, and another way you can see the other one, and I just absolutely love it for that. And like I said, it was like that last part of comics history that I really enjoyed. So of all the pages I got this year, this is why I picked that one.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it's a great example. I also, I think a lot of us love both of the artists involved as artists in their own right. And so it was always fun for those of us, who go back to the 80s when, whenever you would see George inking somebody else, which he actually did more often than most pencilers.
Later in his career, he did,
Yeah. It always added a nice, rendering look, because you could always recognize his rendering, obviously, because it's so, that fine little detail that he does. But it somehow still allowed for whoever the penciler was, their style to show through, the way the figures are posed, the layouts and whatnot. And you see that here. This is a perfect example of it.
He did a really good job of letting Jose show through. But it's kind of nice too, because if you remember back to the 80s run, Jose took over for George on the Baxter series when George went off to do Crisis, and did 4 or 5 real stunning issues. And George always complimented him that he left Titans in good hands when he left. So there's kind of this yin and yang of these two guys working on, Titans. And you see there's later issues where the actual Teen Titans come in to try to help Donna. And you can see George really enjoying being on those characters again late in his career.
Oh yeah, fantastic. And can you guess, Tom, which would be if I had to pick a favorite panel, can you guess what my favorite panel is? I know Marcus probably can. Would you know what would be my favorite panel?
I don't see anything or anyone that looks like Harrison Ford. So
that would definitely take the cake. You know that for sure. Yeah, that would be number 1.
I don't know. I think the upper right panel is pretty complicated and looks nice.
I'm going to say that.
And of course, her putting the armor on too.
So
she's pretty sexy in panel 1.
What do you think? What'd you say, Mike?
That inset panel 1.
No. Actually, it would be the first one with the guy with the hand foreshortened right up to the camera. Right. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Jose has the ability to move the camera around.
And Marcus got it right. Oh, for sure.
It doesn't look weird. I mean, the way he can change perspectives and angles, I don't think there's anyone, at least in the DC world, there's nobody better at moving the camera around than Jose was.
Yeah, no, you're right. And look at that. Steve David got it. Where is that? I just saw the
And Steve, I love your Avengers page, Steve. I want to see that someday. That's a stunner.
Well, you guys are basically neighbors, so you shouldn't be.
Yeah, we got to hang out.
And by the way, actually, Steve, I don't remember. Steve, aren't you going to OAX or not? I thought Steve was going. I don't remember now. Well, you can tell us. But I would think if he was going, you, Tom, would already know, wouldn't you?
I need to connect with him. I sent him a Christmas note, but I haven't talked to him. So Steve will connect. I'll send you a note after this.
Yeah, there you go. All right, my friend. Well, again, thank you so
sir.
very much, Tom. Not only again for tonight
Yeah,
and for
enjoyed it.
for the previous show we did together, but also special bonus, special thanks for the awesome idea and all the work that you did to do all the 3 quizzes that you've done for us, man.
Yeah, those
People
are
like
fun.
it. Yeah, man. People really like it. They enjoy it. It adds a hell of a lot of time to the episodes. I never expected it to add as much as it does, but it adds to the fun, so it's fine. You know, I like it. So.
Well, we'll refine them. We'll try to make them a little quicker. So.
But yeah, no, I appreciate it. Anytime you want to do that, like I said, you reach out like you always do, and let us know, man.
And you can
All
see
right,
that.
Happy New
page
Year,
in the
everybody.
back.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Mike, would you
it's
say?
back there. You can
I
see
think
it.
you see the page.
Yeah, it's back
It's
there.
right there.
Oh, there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
Good eye. Good eye.
All right. Yeah, Happy New Year, and we will be obviously in touch as always, Tom. Thank you so much again.
All right. Yeah, see everybody
Appreciate
at OAX. Bye.
Take care, bud. Okay, very cool. And let us move on now. So now we are gonna move on to another killer piece. This is a whole night. Listen, it's a night of all-stars, so it's gonna be an all-star, not only all-star collectors, but all-star pieces that we're gonna see tonight. So I love this next one, and this next one is gonna be presented by our very own Dave Quark. Let's bring him in now. What's up, Dave? What's up?
Hey, hi everyone.
How you doing, man?
Good. How about you? How's everybody?
I'm good. Mike's good.
Good.
Yeah, we're all good. It looks like everybody's happy tonight. We're all having a good time. It looks like you're about to do like some kind of dance-a-thon at the club with the with the lights. You know, I can hear the boom, 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 boom starting. You know.
You know, everyone. Yeah, it's just the LED lights in my room.
Yeah, no. You've had them on while we chatted privately before, so I'm familiar with that light.
Oh,
Yeah. So excellent. Yeah. So you ready to do your presentation of your piece?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. It's an awesome one, and of course, because this one it's a double wide, so it requires a couple of scans. So let me cue this one up, and I'll show everybody both scans. Here we go. Check it out, and yeah, talk to us about this one a little bit.
Yeah. So, Blackest Night for me was actually the first I would say crossover that I experienced when I started reading comic books. Because I mean, I've read like stuff prior to it, like I read Final Crisis before that and stuff, but they were like already collected. But this was the first, I'd say, crossover that I actually was picking up off the shelves. And I don't know, it came out at this perfect time where, like I was like a big fan of zombies, like like that whole zombie craze and whatnot.
Yeah.
And
sure.
like The Walking Dead and whatnot. And I felt this was just like the perfect amalgamation of like the zombie genre and the like superhero genre, which was the superhero thing was just I was just like getting right into it. Like this was like I was basically just reading Batman at this point and maybe like a few and I started reading a little Green Lantern, but then I had to like backtrack to like the beginning of Rebirth Green Lantern because I just saw this and I was like, oh, I just need to see what this is about, even though this is like kind of like almost the climax of the whole like thing. Well, I guess there's Brightest Day still, but yeah. So I mean, and ever since I started collecting original art, I've always wanted something from this run. I've never picked one up until because I always wanted it to be like with a lot of I wanted something with the Black Lanterns. Like I that was like a big thing for me. I was like, I know there's stuff with like the superheroes and the other the other Lantern corpses and whatnot, but I really just wanted like stuff with a bunch of Black Lanterns. And so when I saw this, I was just like, okay, I think I need to actually get my Blackest Night piece like in there.
Yeah. You scored big time. And by the way, Dave, I have to ask, did you notice that there is a difference?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Talk
to us a little bit about that.
Yeah. I assume, I know, it kind of looks like it was probably just done post, right? Like through.
Yeah.
You probably have like a separate piece in there. And Yeah, I was because I noticed it because I went back and read it, and then I was like, because I was trying to like figure out. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know who a lot of those like characters were. I know a lot of them are like more like older or minor like DC villains and stuff. Like I don't know, like Baron Blitzkrieg or something like that. Like all these like really weird characters, right? And I mean, there's a few in there like Dr. Light and like Maxwell Lord and whatnot, right? But yeah, like for the most part, like pretty obscure, I would say, villains back there. So I was like, I was looking through it and I noticed, I was like, oh yeah, it's different from the published piece. So, but I just assumed like, oh, I know they do like kind of like a mixture of like, this is a more modern book, so digital mixture, and I had a feeling that it was just put in their post. So
yeah. I mean, to me, I'm assuming somewhere out there, the Firestorm figure was penciled, inked on a little separate board all on its own, right? And then colored, obviously scanned in so that the colorist could color it, and then they digitally, dropped it in post.
Yeah.
For those of you not understanding what we're talking about, it's right the top left corner. You see Firestorm, and he's not there on the original art, and that's
yeah. I wish I could find that little piece. I would definitely.
Yeah,
I would definitely. If I ever see it, I would buy it.
For sure, that would be cool. And what the coolest thing about stuff like that is like, oftentimes it's even though it might be fairly contemporary, it's not always available, because oftentimes being a sort of last minute thing, like this was probably the editor's like, oh man, we're missing Firestorm, you got to get him in there right after it was drawn. And so it's a question of, okay, well, the artist is going to draw it, the inker inks it, the colorist, colors a scan of it. But then because it's done in such a way as to think of it as like almost an afterthought, oftentimes, depending on who the artist is, the artist will often just take it and throw it in the trash after. Right? Because they don't think of it as, oh, well, this has value. No, because it's just one little figure, right? And it's just on a separate 11 by, he probably grabbed the 11 by 17 board, but he probably still drew it really small, and he's like, well, like, what am I going to do with this? Like, who would ever want this? Right. Trash. Yeah. So oftentimes, even in this day and age, they still will get trashed in those situations. So and that's the sad part though, is that we don't know it's out there or not,
Yeah. But like Aranga says, it's worth reaching out.
True. Yeah.
I might actually do it.
If you ever can. Yeah, absolutely worth. If you can reach out to Yvonne, that'd be absolutely worth it. So, and I'm sorry, Dave. I never switched you back onto this side, and I there you go. We should have done that. Look at that. Everybody's ready for the club again. But that's a fantastic piece, and I could feel. I always feel the excitement within you when you post pieces, and that's one of the things I love about you as a collector. You still have that sense of wonder, and I can feel the excitement being palpable within you when you get certain pieces. Well, pretty much when you get any piece and you get posted, right? Because I know that you are very much you're not really a squirrel guy. Like, you're careful with what you buy, and you wait until what you really want comes along, and I got to get that, for the most part, right?
Yeah, so definitely. Yeah, I try to pick and choose just because funding upon like anything too, and just I rather have like a few of the stuff that I really want to look at all the time, and I feel like I don't have too much to go around, so I didn't need to like really just focus on what I would want to keep. Versus, I try. Of course, there's a few that always pop up though, and I'm just like, I want that.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, you definitely hold off on squirrels way better than most people. So I'll leave it there. That's a compliment, man. So
thank you. Thanks everyone.
Yeah, you're very welcome. That's it. No, beautiful piece. I have myself kind of wished I had gotten art from that series as well. I love the whole zombie thing, and it's funny. You know what? I actually never really cared much for that whole Marvel zombies thing. At the time I thought, that's so stupid. What's that? They're just trying to rip off Walking Dead, blah, 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 blah. somehow there's something about the whole how they did Blackest Night. It didn't bother me.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but like I didn't think, I wasn't like, oh, that's stupid. I thought it was cool. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but somehow I just liked it. And yeah, even though I ultimately didn't end up with a piece from the series, I love seeing them when they come up and seeing what people get. And
Yeah.
when I saw you post that, I was like, oh shit! Like, not only did he get, because I know about your love for zombies already, right? So not only was I was like, oh my god, it's so cool. He got a piece from that, but not just the piece. Look at the piece he got. Like, what?
Yeah.
Holy crap, man! Double wide, double big splash. Like, what the hell, man? You're killing it on that. So yeah, congrats, man. You deserve it for sure.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. You're very welcome. So that's it, man. That's all we're gonna do here. That's it for you, I guess. We're gonna keep it rolling, but thank you, of course, as always, for your
guys.
Yeah, for your past appearances and for tonight again. I really appreciate you coming back on, man.
Great piece.
Thank you guys. Thank you both. Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you so much, and thank you for being able to make it. I know you can't, Sundays are tough for you, but thank you for dropping in whenever you can drop in. I appreciate that. It's good to see you anytime. And you're always welcome, Dave. You know that.
Oh, thank you. I'd love to drop by again whenever you have time for me.
Appreciate it. Thank you, my friend.
Happy New Year,
all the best. Yeah, all the best for 2025, man. And we'll be talking.
Take care, everyone. Thank you.
See ya.
Okay,
Thank you, bud. See you soon.
See ya.
All right. Yeah, that was a cool piece. I love that. All right, so we'll keep it moving, and so just to give everybody a heads up, let's see who's joined us in the back room here. So we got Kavi coming up now. He's next, and he's going to be followed by our pal Jeff Wedding, who seems to be down there, although I don't see him. He's down there in the waiting room, and then Peter will be after him. And so I see Greg, my pal Greg Goldstein's here. Greg, just to let you know, you're still, I believe, six presenters away. So I can't hear you, so don't bother saying anything. But yeah, you're about 6 presenters away, Greg. So just keep hanging in there. All right. So yeah, let us bring in our pal Kavi. What's up, dude?
Yo,
how's it going, man?
It's been so long.
Shit, when did we do our last show together? Oh my god, it's
I don't know. It's been years.
Years. It's been at least 7 years.
Well, I don't get the rectangle. But yeah,
no, you're gonna get
it. It was last year. I guess.
There you go. There you go. You got yourself there, man.
I got the Eric Bana Hulk movie playing back there, the DVD menu for it. Anyway, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Why are you playing that? Were you watching it?
I was watching it earlier today while I was just doing other stuff on the computer. I just had it on.
Okay.
What's up, Peter?
All right. Saw you last year. You mean last week? that was last year. Technically. Very cool, man. All right, you ready to present your piece? That's what you're here for, right? That is what you're here for. All right, let me cue that up. And I wanted to just let you know real quickly in advance. I appreciate that you picked this one because you are one of the very, very rare presenters who chose to present something that they hadn't even posted in their gallery yet, right? So
yeah, so I mean, like a weird OCD person, I saved the majority of my Star Wars stuff for the month of May. Like throughout the month of May, I'm doing more posts on CAF than usual. Some of my other Star Wars collecting friends also kind of go all out that month, including Jeff. So, as much as I wanted to post it, like I'm giving it to you as my favorite pickup of 2024, but I can't submit it for the CAF best of because it's not on CAF.
Not a CAF, right?
Which is fine with me. I almost never enter anything into like the bigger categories on that whole thing because I'm never gonna win. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's one of those
in the big categories.
Yeah.
So I tend to pick smaller pieces and I submitted them into like the weird, like unpublished convention sketch or like these other weird categories, like the other category or whatever. I kind of just do that kind of stuff for my best of submissions on CAF, and I leave the big categories to the big dogs that are going to win. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's always the same type of stuff that wins, same type of artist that wins that stuff, whatever. Yeah. So
but that said, I am very proud of this piece, and for my collection, this is kind of one of my big dog pieces now. I would say it took significant sacrifice of my own collection for me to get this piece. I think I sold 10 slab comics and maybe a few pieces of art as well to pay for this.
Okay.
So yeah, for me that's a big exchange of a bunch of my collection for
one
this
collectible for another. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. It sounds like, for sure. All right, let's not keep everybody suspense.
It's a big Star Wars collecting milestone for my collection. Original Marvel run splash page, first original Marvel run page. I also got an Infantino page this year, but I did not select that one because this one's just an incredible splash page of the Millennium Falcon from issue number 70, the page 1 title splash by Kerry, Gammill, and Tom Palmer. And it's mind-blowing that I have this.
Yeah.
For me, it's amazing. I absolutely love it. A lot of my, I guess, nostalgia and fandom for the original trilogy, especially centered around the ships and vehicles within Star Wars. And at the very, very top of that list is the Millennium Falcon. It's my nostalgia zone for the original trilogy and Star Wars in general. So yeah, I went gangbusters after this one, and it's my favorite pickup of 2024 for sure, by far.
Yeah, it's awesome because I also one of my favorite things about it's funny like, and I'm talking like every like science fiction franchise. So let's say we go Star Wars, Star Trek, but even Battlestar Galactica, which admittedly I remember watching the TV show as a very little kid, but it never stuck with me, so I can't really say I'm a fan of it right now today. But when I see comic book pages that have not necessarily even splash pages, it could be just a nice panel out of those franchises, those sci-fi franchises, when I see art with a nice image of any of the very familiar ships, I love it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but I always get excited about the famous ships from all these science fiction franchises.
I mean, it's kind of the window into those universes, right? Like where the characters spend a lot of their time. And they get a lot of screen time. Obviously, they get a lot of plot points. I mean, Millennium Falcon is like a huge, portion of the entire Star Wars saga. And then even more specifically than that, when it comes to Star Wars comics, like I really, in particular, love that period in between Empire Strikes Back and Jedi, like when the comics try to do stories in that time period. And like there's dialogue here between Luke and Lando, and of course Han isn't on the page, which is another plus for you, right? Because Han's missing. Han's in Carbonite, captured somewhere, and they're trying to figure out where he is. They're trying to track down a bounty hunter that works with Boba Fett, and try to figure out where the hell Han is. But that's like, that's another thing that really appeals to me about this issue and this image as well.
Yeah. Sean knows it. Sean also feels the same way about me, and for him, he says especially Star Blazers. That's not one I'm familiar with myself. I mean, I know what it is, but I never followed it or whatever. But yeah, there's something about the ships, man. They're awesome. They're very representative of the series themselves, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So very, very cool. I gotta ask you, this particular piece is I guess you could call it a fill-in by Kerry Gammill, because he, as far as I remember, he didn't even do a short run. I think it was just an issue or maybe one or two or something like that, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. And you as a Star Wars comic, like original series fan, did it bother you at all as you were trying to decide, like, hey, I'm going to try to get that? Like, even for a moment, did you think, oh, cool. Ah, man, but it's not like Infantino, or it's not Ran Friends, or not like. Did you think like?
No, I mean, I just trusted my /fandom, and when I got the piece and was able to look at it in person and appreciate it, I had no regrets whatsoever.
Right. No, but I mean, before making the move to purchase it, did it come into play at all, or like did you have a preference of if I'm going to get like a really great original run Star Wars from Marvel piece, I would prefer that it's either this artist or that artist, or did you not really care as much?
I wouldn't say I had like a specific like order or ranking that I'm going into that sort of decision making process. I did also get a Infantino page,
right,
from issue 46 last year, I think. So both of those will show up on my CAF page in May 2025. So
yeah,
just leave a comment on CAF, hopefully, if you can, when I upload them eventually. But yeah, for now, Ruben gets the exclusive.
There we go. Ah, man, thank you so much. I appreciate you showing, like I said, giving me the exclusive preview. And yeah, what's beautiful, as I've told you privately before, what's beautiful about debuting something like on YouTube is that by the time you post it, your CAF gallery, even if you did it like in the next couple of weeks,
yeah, no one's gonna remember this,
right? And even if they remember, it makes such a difference when you see it large versus the tiny size that you see it on YouTube, And so it feels almost like you are, even if you remember it from this show, you're going to be like, wow, because when you see it large, it's just totally different than seeing it just at YouTube screen size, So it's almost like it's still a debut,
Well, there's more Star Wars exclusives coming up from our next guest, I believe. So
let me see. So we got Jeff Wedding popping in, and I believe it is an exclusive, but he'll have to tell us if it is. But yeah, anyways,
thank you so much, Bobby.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much again.
See you guys. Happy New Year.
Talk to you so much.
Peace.
Appreciate it, man. Okay, so let me see here. Let us keep it rolling, and we bring in Darth Kekon. Jeff.
Hello.
Meister himself. What's up, Jeff? Good to see you, bud.
I've got nothing to say. Connie stole my whole intro.
Come on. From one Star Wars guy to another, you should be able to talk Star Wars all night long. Come on.
Yeah. No, I'm jealous of Connie's page there. Kerry Gammill did 2 issues of the original series.
Okay, it was 2. Thank you.
Yeah. And they were about 30 issues apart. And then he did come back and do part of, for one of the anniversaries, Marvel, when they got the license back, did an issue 108 back in 2019, I think it was, and brought back some of the original creators to do one more story to kind of wrap up the old series and tie into the new stuff they were doing, because it reintroduced some of the bounty hunter characters that they then launched the bounty hunter series off of. And so he came back and did that one. So, back in the early days, what kind of got me started doing original art and interior pages was trying to get a representative sample from each of the original artists that worked on Marvel Star Wars. And Kerry Gammill is still a hole in my portfolio. So I was very excited for Kavi when he got that one. And it's a great splash. The Falcon's a character in and of itself throughout the movies. So, yeah, it's a fantastic page.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of fantastic pages, I want you to talk about yours tonight, because I not having read it, I'm not sure what's going on. And I have a question, but maybe I won't even have to question it, because you'll explain what's happening, and then I'll have my question answered already. So let's take a look at that, and you can hopefully let us know also why you picked this one as the one to talk about. Because I know I made it difficult for you. Everybody should know Jeff wanted to show more than one piece. but a few presenters tonight wanted that were hoping they could show more than one piece. We'd be here all night, and I couldn't make exceptions, because if I make exception for one, I have to make exceptions for everybody, obviously, and then we'd be here 9 hours, right? So, but yeah, let's take a look at this one, and tell us a little bit about it. Check it out.
Yeah, well, since I couldn't get my first pick out of spite, I picked one with Harrison Ford on it. No, that's actually not true. It's just a happy coincidence.
Yeah, for sure. Or unhappy.
there are times as collectors where moments of sadness also bring moments of opportunity. And of course, we lost a great in Tom Palmer last year. But his family has started to put out the bulk of his work, because kind of like some of the other artists of his era, like Walt Simonson, he didn't release a lot while he was alive. He left it for the family. So it's been coming out through Heritage since the end of May of 2024. So as much as I mourn the loss of Tom Palmer and us not getting any more work out of him, it's an opportunity that, as a Star Wars focused collector from the original Marvel series, I'm not likely to see again until one of my fellow collectors passes away and their estate hits auction. So this page is one of the ones that I picked up in 2024. As I was just talking about, sometimes there are artists that are fill-in issues. Tony Salmons is one of those for the Star Wars run. So this was an issue he'd penciled. So it was a hole in my portfolio representing that artist, although Tom Palmer was a unifying force with his inking. But then the other part of this one ties into the Star Wars Holiday Special. So much like the Holiday Special where Han and Chewie tried to get back to see Chewie's family on Kashyyyk, this is a year after Return of the Jedi hit theaters. So the Empire has been defeated, and so Han and Chewie are trying to go back. But in this issue, the restrictions Lucasfilm placed, because there was still the potential to do more movies, really hamstrung the Marvel creative team. And so they introduced this new alien species, the Nagai, which I guess could be best described as goth Japanese vampires of a sorts. And so that character in the top two panels is called Knife, because supposedly the Wookiees couldn't pronounce his real name in his native language. And he uses edged weapons a lot, even though he's holding a blaster there. And so this is their first appearance as a species, his first appearance as a character in this issue. And they become the surrogate empire and the foil for our heroes for the next 16 issues, which is the rest of the run. Because Marvel couldn't really run willy-nilly and do stuff with the Empire because Lucas kind of forbade it. So, so significant issue on the run, introducing the Nagai, which also then brings back one of my favorite characters from the series, Shira Bree, who takes on the mantle of Lumaya, sort of a female Darth Vader. She's sort of the one that lures this species into the galaxy. So in this issue, Knife is on Kashyyyk, and he's starting the slave trade up again, getting ready to sell Wookiees into the galactic slave market. So I think that pretty much covers.
That's a pretty awesome synopsis, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, no, I was just the question, in case you were wondering, because when I saw the page at first glance, I was like, oh, I don't remember that the comic books, even back in the Marvel days, I didn't remember that they had ever introduced stories where the where they actually show the Wookiees. Like I always thought that it was only Chewbacca who had been shown. Yeah.
Nope. Other Wookiees turn up in the series, and of course, they played off of the fact that during Return of the Jedi, our heroes are on Endor with the Ewoks, so that kind of makes Chewbacca homesick for his own forest planet of fuzzy critters, and that's sort of the spur for this issue and the trip home. So,
okay,
yeah. And in this issue, we get to see Chewbacca's wife Mala and his dad Itchy and their son Lumpy, just as we saw him in the holiday special. In fact, it's Chewbacca's brother-in-law who's sort of working with the new alien guy to sell his own people out into slavery. So Chewbacca gets to clock him at the end, and it's a yay moment.
It's a yay moment.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, man, thank you again so much. As always, I always appreciate you. You know that. Anytime I can have you, it's always a gas. You always make it very fun for me and make it very easy and relaxed, and that's important. So, yeah, for tonight, for all the previous appearances, I really appreciate it. And of course,
I'm happy to do it. Also, good to see Michael there.
Look at that. Yeah.
Only 90 minutes away, but
I need to get up there.
Yeah, and I think Matt's going to be your boy for the framing since all my stuff's in portfolios.
Okay, I will get a hold of him.
There you go. All right, man. Thank you, Jeff.
Yep. See y'all later.
Thank you.
Hey, let me just show Jeff. Hey, if you want this, just let me know.
Let me see.
Where did that pop up from?
It was right here. And then...
What the heck is that?
It's a Vegas show magic act right there.
Yeah. So I'll bring it up next time I get up there.
Fair enough.
It's yours.
Oh, nice. Wow. Look at that.
See?
That's what happens.
Go on the show and you get a gift. That's great.
That's it. Not apparently from me, but yeah, whatever. As long as you get something, yeah. Let my co-hosts give them away. That's no problem.
Jeff won the page.
There you go. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you, bud.
You bet.
Jeff.
Talk soon. Okay, so excellent. That's good fun. We'll keep it rolling, guys. And next to present tonight on the All-Star episode of Show and Tell, we will have Peter Rowe, and that will be followed by Hart. And after Hart will be Mikhail. So, Mikhail, anytime you want to pop into the backstage area, you're welcome to. Okay, let us bring in Peter. And here he is. What's up, Peter? There's the man.
How you doing, Ruben?
I'm doing very, very well, my friend. How are you doing?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. Yeah.
Nice.
I saw you before. I saw you down there before without your glasses. I was like, oh, is he wearing contacts tonight? Is he not going to be? He's not going to have the glasses? No. You need to have them on, right?
Yeah, I got to have them.
Yeah, me too.
So, it's nice that you went from you've already done 2 war collectors before now, and I'm the 3rd one.
You mean tonight? You mean
tonight? Yeah, you had 2 Star Wars war collectors.
Oh, war!
And so I'm the 3rd war collector.
There you go. But you're the one true war collector. You know.
I don't know the way.
But yeah, no, this is cool because just like similarly to Jeff, who sort of helps to bring in a little bit of variety with strip art, you bring in not only a genre that we don't see too often. We've seen it on my shows, right? But not too often. Obviously, it's a superhero dominated hobby, really. But you bring that, but tonight in particular, it also brings in variety in that it's not comic book art, what people would be expecting. So that's really cool. So yeah, let's take a look at this. And of course, I've got the few extra slides. I think it would be best probably if maybe you could guide me. You let me know when you'd like me to show the other slides with the photos?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds
Sure.
good. Let's take a look at the art first, everyone. Check it out. And it's
So
from
why did I
Milton.
pick? Yeah.
Yeah, a British publication, long-running British publication.
And it's a children's publication and sort of an educational children's publication.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
that's right.
so I did not grow up reading British comics or British educational magazine. So this is kind of an odd pick for me. But this was the first UK piece I've picked up, first piece depicting British forces during World War II, first depiction of set in North Africa or North African campaign. It's the first ELO by Jerry Wood that I have. And of course, it's the first from this publication. And I just loved it when I saw it. It was from an auction house. I saw it and I loved it. There's a minor, like a very small scratch along the bottom. You can barely see. But I just thought it was really cool. And it was a good example of what they called the long-range desert group patrols, which often had these things. Like if you look at the third vehicle in the back on the coming from the British coming forward, there's a Chevrolet truck, and those were actually a lot of those vehicles were used during World War II, and in these groups. But then they later used these Jeeps. And I just thought it was really cool. It also reminded me of a little bit nostalgia, just a tiny bit of the Reavers from the war, Garth Ennis's war story that Cam Kennedy illustrated in 2003.
Right.
So I really enjoyed this piece. And if you wanted to show the next picture.
Yeah. Let me show this one. I believe I put them in the order that you posted them in your gallery. So I believe.
Not in any particular order, but when I first saw this, when I first looked at it, I go, is that right? I'm kind of a detail oriented person about when it comes to sometimes art. I kind of get fixated on, do the hands look right? Does the face look right? Is the equipment right? Particularly for World War II, is the equipment right? Was that piece of equipment actually there at that time? And that could put me off pieces. But here, there's these double machine guns on the front. And I go, I've never seen that before. Is that really the case? And so I went and I looked, and here are these photos of these guys and these vehicles. And what they actually had these, I don't know whether they're, Vickers machine guns or Browning machine guns, but I think the first ones were from the RAF actually that they put on these vehicles. So I thought it was pretty interesting. And these guys really were crazy wild guys going out doing reconnaissance, watching roads, attacking enemy places behind the lines, ferrying Special Air Services and intelligence agents on missions, including on the mission to try and try to assassinate Rommel. So, and they were there from 40 to 43 in North Africa. So pretty incredible guys. And a lot of these guys, they picked New Zealanders at the beginning, just because of their skill of being in the outback and having some experience in this area. So, and
do you mean because of the terrain? They're used to that type of terrain?
Yeah, they had some sort of terrain that they let me find this real quick. They used it because how shall I say this? They were initially New Zealanders, and I can't remember now why exactly. It can't be because that's the way New Zealand was, because New Zealand doesn't have any deserts. But they were initially New Zealanders, and then they got British and South Rhodesian, and then they even had an Indian contingent. But they thought that the New Zealanders were familiar with the desert, and so they brought them in because they thought that these New Zealand farmers had the attributes of being innovative, self-reliant, physically, mentally tough, able to live and fight in seclusion. So sorry, I had to look that up. I couldn't remember that.
Oh no, that's okay.
But anyway, and so I just found the piece fascinating, and the other reason I picked this piece is this piece sat next to me was next to me when I went to bed and got up during a particular part of the year that was interesting for me, and so it's it's a sort of a memorable piece for me.
Yeah, very cool. And what can you remind me? What part of the year did you get this? Like, did you get it right around the time, or I should say, did you post it right around the time that you had acquired it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think it was about May.
Like I was gonna say, yeah, I was thinking June,
June.
right? So yeah, around that spring summer time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I like the monochromatic.
Oh yeah,
picture, because when you look at it, you think, is this in during the winter? So I like that blue kind of shading, the blue color scheme that he used. I thought it was unique.
Exactly.
And when I looked at it, I thought that's definitely the desert. But when other people look at it, they think, is that the winter? Is that a snowstorm or something?
Yeah, that's what I thought myself. Yeah, because right away I saw the blue and I was like, oh, is this a battle in the snow? You know, and then I thought, but I don't think so. And then I thought, oh no, this is because, of course, monochromatic. They just chose one color. It didn't really matter what color it was, as long as it looked, good. Yeah, and that's when I realized, no, it's just a color choice. That's all. So, but very beautiful.
There's one little thing that I've noticed is that in the foreground, there's a jerry can or a gasoline can or water can. The top is popping off.
It popped off, right? Is that a problem?
No, I thought that was just kind of funny.
Oh, okay.
That in the middle of this scene, suddenly this can of gasoline or water, or whatever, its pop is just coming off. It was sort of an odd, interesting little detail that he put in.
Yeah, interesting decision by the artist, right? To do it that way. Well, very, very nice, my friend. As I always say, you have very lovely war art. It's always a pleasure to look at your stuff because, again, we don't see it very often. So when you can see, quite a bit of that type of art that you don't see often all in one place, it's fun. So that's what makes it fun to go through your stuff,
Did you read Look and Learn when you were growing up, Ruben?
No, we didn't get that here. Although, funny enough, it's possible that it's possible I in the family didn't get it, but we maybe still had it, because when I first got online in the mid-90s and I saw, people on eBay selling all kinds of stuff, and I saw people trying to sell Look and Learn, the actual books, right? The magazines or whatever you call it. I immediately thought, oh, Look and Learn. That was my reaction. So that meant I was familiar with it for some reason, so I had to have had some sort of connection to it in person. But, if you ask me, do I have even one specific memory of holding one when I was a kid? I don't, unfortunately, but they must have been around to some degree, because like I say, as soon as I saw them online for the first time, I was like, oh, Look and Learn, I remember that, even though I don't have actual specific memories of it. So you would think it would make sense because we're part of the Commonwealth. So, Canada and Britain, we've long had strong ties. So you would think that that material would have gotten here, to some degree. So, but yeah, man, thank you again so much. Appreciate it. Always love having you in the chat. And I noticed, by the way, don't think I haven't noticed, you've taken to having your first introductory message that you've been doing for the last few weeks, that you always introduce yourself with the same exact sentence every week now. You've been doing it for a while. I've noticed.
I'm compulsed. What can I say? I'm not addicted. I'm compulsed.
That's right. And we're all your fellow compulsed ones. We get it.
Yeah. So I feel like I've gone through therapy tonight. Thank you. How much are you going to charge for this session?
It's on the house for you, my friend. It's on the house. All right, Peter.
Nice meeting you, Mike.
Thank you. See you soon.
See you soon.
Take care. All right, everybody. Let me see. We'll keep the show rolling, and our buddy Hart is going to be up next. And so we got Hart, and then we have Mikhail. So Mikhail, I don't know if you're still in the chat or not, but if you are, it would be a perfect time for you to jump into the backstage area. And then third is Greg. So Greg Goldstein, your turn is coming very, very soon. There you are, coming up to check us out. I can see what you're doing. I can't hear you, but I can see you. But yeah, so 2 more before you, Greg, and then you're up, my friend.
I think ML has a message for you.
Sorry, what's that, Mike?
I said, I think ML has a message for you.
Oh, he's got a message for me. Tuck off, Mikhail. All right, excellent. Okay, so we know that Mikhail and Greg are going to be next. And actually, wow, this is making good time. Before I bring you in, Hart, I just got a message from the person who would be fourth up, which is Rob Frey, and he just emailed me. So let me just quickly see what he says. Heading in now, it's halftime at the football game. Okay. All right, sounds good. I may have to squeeze him in, guys, but we'll see. I'll ask him when he gets here. Okay. So let us bring in our pal Hart. What's up?
Hey, happy Tuckin' New Year.
Hey, tuck off, man. Just tuck off.
Hey, you're my favorite Tucker. Tucker in or Tucker out. That doesn't matter.
You're such a mother Tucker, aren't you?
See, but I'm very, very nice to Mike because he's quiet, reserved, and not verbose like you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's how we say it's a little the best of both worlds. The opposite,
Yeah, I don't know the best worlds. I like the Mike world better.
Opposite ends of the spectrum. Tuck off, like I said.
Definitely on the spectrum.
And everyone, just real quick, we have just as a reminder, this loser here on the far right of your screen, this loser here, this loser on the far right.
Oh, that one over there. Okay.
Yeah, the far right. He's gonna be my guest again next week. So just a quick reminder. I'll remind you at the end of the show tonight to do his second final 25. This time the commissions that he's keeping. We already did the final 25 published pieces that he's keeping in his collection. He's looking to get rid of everything else. Other than
I'm not like Jeff. I have a number to hit. Jeff has a long way to go. Well,
Jeff is trying to hit a number. It's just that it's in the thousands. His number is in the thousands. Right? Yeah.
Well, yeah. He has a larger collection compared to mine. That to begin with. Yeah.
That's right.
Slight one. Yeah.
That's right. All right. Let me cue up the image for you here, and we'll get right into that.
All right.
Let me see. Yes. Here we go. Tell us why you chose this one as your one and only to talk about tonight.
Well, yeah.
And actually, let me put you this way. All right. Check it out, everybody. This is Hart's piece number 9, meaning he's the 9th presenter after me and Mike. Here we go. Check this one out.
All right. This is Hellblazer by David Lloyd, a page. So this appeared after I had done my last 25 with you on the show. What happened is about a couple of weeks after we finished the 25 show, I contacted this person, said, hey, are you interested in selling? And lo and behold, they said yes. So I jumped on it. So this one is coming in and another page is going out of the 25. So that's in process and that'll end up somewhere. But this one's about John Constantine, written by Garth Ennis. I know Mike likes Garth, and so do I. And David Lloyd doing art, which is great because I'm unable to afford a V for Vendetta page, obviously. Way out of my price range. So the story goes where this person sold his soul, and to extend his 5-year plan of riches, he kills his wife and his unborn child and offers it to a demon from hell. And John comes in and pretty much finds out and stops him from killing another child. And he has to deal with his bad stuff that he did. So this is the end page where Danny Drake is the character. He pretty much can't find another baby to offer to the demon. So John took that and gave it back to the mother. So this is the demon. Triskel is the name of the demon. She's a succubi.
So she's the one. Is she the thing that's hanging there?
Yeah, she's like a skeletal snake with a skeleton face, but she has the face of an angel that she ripped off of another angel after she killed him. So it's pretty gruesome story, but it's, if you do bad stuff, it'll come back. It's like, yeah. So
and remind us all, or remind me at least, was this story your favorite or one of your favorites from the Hellblazer run?
This is one of them. I would say that Newcastle is my favorite. This is the second to favorite, but this does mention Newcastle in the story because in one of the pages, John mentions that he too has lost somebody in hell, and that's Astra, his character, the girl that he lost. So there's a little bit of a minor correlation with Newcastle, but obviously most of Newcastle's pages are all out there and gone. So I got this one, which is not bad to have because seeing David Lloyd's art is just beautiful in person. And the coloring, I would say, has something to be desired.
Yeah, it leaves a little to be desired.
It's a little bit washed out, a little bit prime colors. It doesn't hit the same way. I mean, I would have loved to seen this just as a black and white with gray tones. That would have worked. Yeah, but for the most part, I love it because it's end page, and it's the only page that Triskel appears in the story, except for a page that I'm looking for in the same story, page 15, which shows her in a manuscript as a woodcut or an etching. It's a woodcut, excuse me. So that's one of my other pages that I'm looking for from this story.
Okay.
And then if I find that, then obviously I have to get rid of one more of the 25s. So if anybody has it, come back to me.
You're not looking for as many pages, obviously.
No. I just want those 2 pages. I want this. The page that I've got is great.
Yeah.
The second page is the one where Triskel is in a drawing of in a manuscript, like an old Gregorian, monk kind of grimoire or something like that. So that's the only 2 pages I want from the story.
Okay.
So, but so now. That's about it. That's all I can tell you.
All right.
I liked it because I like demons taking bad guys away.
Yeah, I like creepy stuff. So I like that. It's a good selection. I like the creepy shit. And I was kind of wondering like what's going on here. It looks like it's a kind of a demon-esque type creature hanging upside down. I'm like, oh, I love that kind of shit. I can't tell what exactly kind of demon it is.
Right.
It could have been a human, right? It's not
right. It's great because Lloyd leaves it up to the imagination.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But the funny thing is, the guy sells his soul for 5 years of financial richness. Right? He becomes rich for 5 years.
Right.
And in order to extend his 5 more years, he, killed his own unborn child.
Yeah.
So please don't do that, people.
Not a good thing.
Not a good thing.
Not a good thing.
Don't sell your soul.
I appreciate it, Hart. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys.
As always, for
Great
tonight,
day,
for
Thanks,
everything else, Hart. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, and I look forward to next week. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be there. I think I'll be there, right? Yeah.
I will see if you show up.
I might have like a green burrito, and you never know what happens after that.
Can never trust you, so I never know what to think.
All All right, guys. Have a good night.
Right.
And thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great page, Hart.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Keep it rolling. And now we have got Mikhail in the house, in the hizzy.
Hello.
Woo! Look at that. Look how suave he looks with that. What do you call that when people wear like winter hats indoors or in the summertime and stuff? Is there a terminology for that style?
I wish it were summer, A.
Yeah, me too. In Boston.
And B, by not turning on the heat, I can buy more comic art. And this is just elementary.
It's okay, man. It looks okay. It looks good on you. It's all right, Not everybody looks good with winter hats when they're indoors, so it looks all right. You're doing okay.
Mike, nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever properly been introduced or had the opportunity to meet, but Mike's a fellow connoisseur of Colleen's work, and I always appreciate that in his collection.
Absolutely, for sure. All right, man. You ready to get the chatting about your piece?
Sure.
All right. Let's cue this up, man. Yeah, everybody, you might be interested to know. I almost had shown, and we almost shown and told about this piece when Mikhail and I did our show and tell together recently. But then before we did the show, I asked him, hey, by the way, early January, I'm doing that sort of all-star thing. Can you make it to that? He said, yeah. And then he said, oh, so if I'm only going to show one piece, if I'm going to show like my favorite piece, all right, you know what? I want to show this one. And so then I pulled it from the show and tell episode that I did with him, just so that I figure since we're only going to show one tonight, he can debut it tonight as his one piece to talk about. And so you guys don't think, we just saw that a few weeks ago on his show and tell, Yeah, and this is a pretty awesome one. So, all right, let me cue this baby up. It's nice to see one of my favorite characters here, and from a great story, a great book. Check it out, everyone. Kingdom Come, number 2, page 13, by the wonderful Alexander Ross from 1996, a classic Superman piece. Let us know why you love it so much, and perhaps why this one had to be the one that you wanted to talk about more than any other one, Mikhail.
I think it really is one of my I won't it's one of the pieces I acquired last year that I keep coming back to and has so many memories for me. And it's an interesting piece because when I got it in hand, I really couldn't imagine life without it. But when it popped up for sale, I didn't jump on it right away.
Oh, you did? Oh, you didn't?
No, I waited a bit.
Okay.
I told myself, if it sells at the asking price, then fine. But it just sat on the website for a little bit. So then I reached out and was able to, reach a deal, and I'm absolutely thrilled to have it. Kingdom Come was always a favored book of mine.
Yeah. And
I think this is the perfect page for me from that book. I don't think I would have gone for there's so many, the title headers, the chapter title pages, all of those are amazing. It'd be great to have something like that. But if you had offered me like a full figure Superman in action versus this page and what this page depicts, this just fit my collection in exactly the right way. And there's so many things I love about it. The play of value as Superman moves down into the cave, the menace of that fourth panel of him just floating down, the depiction of the Batcave, And you can see how vibrant it is compared to the published page on the right. The colors really pop, and in person, it's even more luminous.
Yeah, I wanted to. I always ask with painted pieces. I wanted to know, when looking at the left-hand side here, obviously, which is the scan of the original art, how much more so would you say that the sort of brightness, luminosity would be in person, or is it pretty accurate to the scan? Would you say?
The scan gives you more of a true value,
right?
But in person, the contrast between the colors is even starker. So the red on his cape really pops, and the blacks are nice and deep.
Okay. Very cool. Yeah, no, it's absolutely beautiful. Ruben could have bought, what did he say? Ruben could have bought Ross art? Yeah, I could have. Back in the 90s at $2.50 a page. Oh boy. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's an interesting, you don't see a lot of these pages pop up, even though there's quite a few of them.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I would say there's a lot of them, right? I mean, I can't remember how many total pages, but it's over 100. It's 100 something in total, right? Because it was four issues, like double size basically. So got to be like 120 something, 130 something, and
that's what I would imagine. Something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. So that's it. Yeah, when you think about how many exist, and they all exist. They haven't been thrown out or anything. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's funny that I would think that this would be a series where you would see pages from regularly.
So when this page popped up, and then I was talking to some of my comic art friends about it and trying to come up with a good offer and figure out how to approach getting it. A couple of people mentioned that there's one or two people one person in particular who has a lot of the pages.
Oh, there is somebody that owns a lot of the pages? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was led to believe, yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, well, when that happens, then that does end up being typically one of the explanations as to why we don't see too much hit the market, But either way, then
and it's a larger page, and at this time he was working at that larger size, so it's larger than 13 by 19.
Oh, really? Okay, wow. Larger than 13 by 19?
Correct. Yeah, I have to put it in a larger portfolio.
Oh, nice. Okay. Wow. Well, no, it's spectacular, and as Carl mentioned a couple of minutes back, and then you had mentioned the way he was hovering down the stairs. There's something so quietly but immensely powerful in that particular image. I mean, I like every panel; they're all spectacular, but given that one's just a quote unquote just a silhouette plus his cape. Yeah, there's just something so regal and powerful about it, the way he's posed and just, like I said, hovering down the stairs rather than walking. Yeah, I just love it.
And it's great without the dialogue, but even the dialogue on the page is really, it begins this exchange between the two main characters that's setting them up and defining their relationship. And it's very interesting to see and to read.
Yeah, and it reminds me, actually, I've only ever read it once. My first time, way back when, and that was it. And so I'm probably due for one. I will say, and you can tell me what you remember of it. And again, keep in mind, I only read it once, but my memory of it was that I loved the art more than the story, but I can't unfortunately remember how much more. I don't really remember. It's funny because I usually remember exactly what I thought about stories, but I can't quite remember if that I liked it. I just don't know, did I love it? Did I really like it? Or did I just think it was okay? I don't remember. What do you think about the story from what you remember?
For me, it was Watchmen-esque in terms of being head and shoulders above your normal superhero fare.
Oh, okay.
The story that they're trying to tell, and the metaphors they're using are so developed and deep and grand to set it in the future and give us all this backstory, and then the direction that they're taking it in, the philosophical questions they're debating and tackling. I thought all of those resonated very deeply with me as something that I wasn't getting from this week's issue of Spectacular Spider-Man or what have you.
Yeah, I will agree with that. That's, even though I don't remember the details of it, certainly, and I guess that's what I figured you meant by evoking the Watchmen name, was that it's something that was certainly grander than the typical weekly comics I was reading on any given issue of any given title, any given week at that time. You know, that's kind of, I do remember that. I did feel like it was grander in a sense, right? And what the scope of what they were trying to do with it. Yeah, so, but that's good. Yeah, I'm happy because, I do need to revisit it at some point, you know?
I just have a quick question from, like when you buy a page like this, do you go back and reread the story again just to refresh your memory of it? Or did you already have all that memorized?
If I have the time, certainly. And in this case, I did. I had the absolute version of the story. So I pulled that out. I read it. I read some of the essays that follow in the extra material. And there was a lot of interesting stuff there as well. To Matt's point, Alex Ross, in the essay in which he talks about the story, says that the concept and the framework of the story was his, that he took to DC and pitched, and then they brought Mark on to co-write basically with him and develop the details of the story and the beats and flesh it out. And then I know there was a lot of conjecture about how much of this came from the Alan Moore treatment, Twilight of the Gods, is that what it was? And I believe and it was kind of widely held for a long time that Alex Ross took this from that.
Oh.
And then Alex Ross was on Cartoonist Kayfabe relatively recently, I think within the last 18 months.
Okay.
And he talked about how he had never even read that.
Oh, interesting, right?
From Moore until later.
Oh.
So a lot of interesting points about the story and how we're approaching heroes and the philosophy that they both had looking at their power and how to deal with it in the storytelling, I think.
Okay. Well, very cool, man. No, very well said. You're always very well spoken, as always, Mikhail. I always appreciate you hearing you talk about art and comics, the stories themselves. It's always fun, man. It's always a real gas, man. So, thanks
for having us. And you guys are moving along at a nice clip, so I think you'll
not too bad.
Make some good time with the rest of the show. It's been fun to watch these great pieces and to hear about people's stories. And to see, from Kavi to see something that hadn't been on CAF was really special as well.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, Mikhail, our show and tell episode is doing gangbusters. It's like one of the best viewed episodes out of any of my shows since I started the channel. So
I think it's a timestamp. People like to see a nice meaty episode.
It's the lovely gentleman who was on screen and his collection. I think they wanted to see.
They're very kind. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year to everyone. I hope 2025 is a lot of fun and filled with some nice art finds.
Exactly. Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you again, as always. Appreciate you, bud.
Thanks.
Talk to you soon. All right. So I have Greg is up next. Rob Frey was supposed to be after him, but I don't know. He popped in for a second, left into the chat though, not into the backstage area, left a comment, and then didn't reply to my comment. So I don't know. Oh, is that him coming in? Nope, that's Matt Kennedy coming in a little bit early, but okay. There's Rob. Okay. All right. Let us get to Greg first, and then we'll go to Rob. Okay. Hyder, just to bearing in mind that that I can see you, but I can't hear you. If you can just nod up and down or sideways with your head. Can you tell me, are you good for time, or you kind of need to get done? Yeah, you can wait a couple of guys. Okay, sounds good. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that certainly helps. All right, so yeah, let us bring in our pal, Greg Goldstein. What's up, Greg?
Hey guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Good. Mike always takes long to answer, so I'll say he's good too.
Okay.
Happy New Year, of course, officially.
Happy New Year to you guys as well. I read some crazy thing about we have to say Happy New Year by January 3rd. Or
Yeah.
I'm going to say Happy New Year until Groundhog Day. I don't care.
Yeah. You know what's funny, Greg, is like, so last year when I did last year's version of this show, right, with all the All-Stars, we ended up getting into a little bit of a kerfuffle with Kavi, because Kavi, who is now saying hello, Greg, because Kavi was kind of like putting out that thing about how, well, the statute of limitations type of thing. It's like, well, at a certain point, like, like it's not, you don't say it anymore. Like it's already deep enough into the new year, And he was saying, because last year, today we're the 5th, but last year the show fell on, I believe it was the 7th. So it was exactly 6 or 7. So it was right around the 1 full week mark. So he was trying to say like, that's enough already. We don't need to keep saying Happy New Year anymore, whatever.
All right.
But that's funny. But this year it's 5 days. We're good. We're okay. It's okay to say it. Here, let me pop you in that way. All right, excellent. So you ready to do your presentation, my friend?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sort of before I get into the piece, first of all, I'm in the little cheat right now behind me is that the piece is actually just came back from the framer the other day.
You're cheating.
I'm in this crazy framing mode, and it's been making me go through a lot of my art, and very interestingly enough, boy, I just have to express my gratitude, just that I've been first of all, that I've been able to acquire some of this stuff, and second of all, to all the different collectors and dealers out there that I've either bought stuff from or traded with, or where this all gets made possible. So there's a very funny, good, specific story about this piece. But it's funny when you start going through all this stuff, because a lot of things I have deserve like nice frames. They just deserve a nice showcase. And second of all, while I was listening and watching some of this great art that's come up tonight, unbelievably terrific stuff, I realized in the process of going back and forth to the framer, I had misplaced a page which I just happened to post on CAF this morning. It was a Peter Bag page from Hate, and I
left you a comment on it.
Am I going to be able to? Oh, that's right, you did. Am I going to be able to like avoid a look of panic if I don't find that page before my slot comes up in the presentation? Found it.
Good. I'm happy it worked out.
So with that said, we can.
All right. Sounds good. Let's take. I mean, everybody. Obviously, he's spoiled surprise. It's the one that's hanging right there on the wall. But we'll get a close-up look so you guys can see what it is. Check this one out.
Okay, so even with a decent photo of it, without seeing it in person, the detail is so impressive. It's just stunning. This piece by Michael Kaluta. And oddly enough, there's a couple of funny things. There's a lot of funny things about. I just acquired this past San Diego Comic-Con.
Oh,
I had never, that I recall, I had never seen the printed book. Okay. So this piece of art was brand new to me. It's not like it's not like something like a Kingdom Come or a George Perez Avengers, where I love the book, and if I could get a great page, I'm sure I'd try. This was something I just hadn't seen, but it's one of the greatest Kaluta pieces I have ever seen. I mean, just absolutely stunning. And it's so interesting because if you took 1987 Kaluta, if you took like the best Western artist you could think of to work in the black and white medium and tackle kind of like a manga thing, this is what you would get, right? It's just really it's just a beautiful, lovely, large, when we had the shot of me before and you could see the frame in the background, I think it's something. It's definitely bigger than a
Yeah.
it's bigger than a double page spread. Not, you know, ridiculously bigger than a double page spread, but big enough. And so this was a book, again, I was unfamiliar with. It's an adaptation of Metropolis, which was the basis for the famous silent film by Fritz Lang. And you know, that image of the robot, which was the inspiration for C-3PO later on in Star Wars. It's just it's wild. So there were two, and it's a great story of how I acquired it. It's the most expensive impulse purchase I've ever made.
Oh,
You know,
really?
usually if I spend money on art, it's something that I want, I've been going after. It's something significant to me. But this, I just saw it and I was just so stunned by it. And here's what happened, and it's kind of a funny story. I don't know. I was hanging around Albert Moy's booth either on opening night or the Thursday of Comic-Con. I don't know if Albert took it on consignment or did a purchase for it, but basically he ended up with both end papers, the cover of the book, and maybe one or two other illustrations. And they were all lovely. And I kind of looked at this and then got distracted and just kind of forgot about it. And then on Sunday, I think it was, it might have been Saturday. It was one of the weekend days. I'm sitting there, and Hans from Tri-State came over, and he knew where it was, and Albert had kind of sort of put it to the side somewhere and started looking at it. And what Albert had wanted to do was sell the set of two end papers. They're very similar. And I don't know if Hans has posted his anywhere. I have not. This is the first time anyone is seeing this. So, you know, it's kind of funny. Neither one of us wanted a set, but we each started thinking, do we each want one of them?
Right.
So after much, the bigger part of the haggling was with each other. Which one? They're slightly different, and there were pros and cons of each for each of us. So it was almost a coin toss, but basically he got to pick the one that he wanted, and ultimately, of the two, if I had just picked them randomly, I would have picked this one anyway. So we both ended up. Everybody got what they wanted that day.
I was gonna say you both ended up happy. Let's say that. Yeah.
Albert sold the set. We each got one, because if either one of us, I wouldn't have bought the two. Hans was thinking about it, but he would have immediately tried to sell the one that he decided he didn't want. So it's just one of those kind of like fate stories that just worked out, and just such a gorgeous piece that you know, I'm really thrilled. My art acquisitions the last couple of years have just sort of been less focused on superhero stuff and more focused on just interesting, lovely art. And I mean, this is obviously it's obviously a book piece. You know, it's kind of I don't know if Mike's done anything else like this. You know, it's and there's certainly less illustrations, but you know, it's the equivalent of a Wrightson Frankenstein or something like that, where one artist illustrates an entire, entire tome. So, you know, very lovely. Never saw. And again, you think about it. You know, I know some of our dealer friends use the phrase "fresh to market." I mean, I don't know if any of this. I get the feeling that all of this was in the hands of one person, and you know, probably. That person probably bought it from Mike or somebody who was representing Mike at the time. So,
I would imagine.
You know, I'm guessing it had never seen the light of day, which is you know, kind of cool. So
it's fantastic for sure.
So yeah, it's just a lovely piece. I'm cheating a little bit because I don't know if it'll ultimately go on that wall, but I figured since we were doing the podcast, I was facing this direction. I took the other piece down. So.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. No, that's cool. It's you know,
crazy year for me. I mean, anybody who wants to go look at you know, the Facebook original art group from a couple of days ago, I put my highlights of 2024, and it was just when I organized the group, I just, you know, again, I'm grateful, I'm fortunate. It's just the last 2 years have just been sort of astonishing additions to my collection. So
amazing. Yeah, well, you've had some great stuff, as we all saw when we did our show and tell episode together. So
we could do a brand new one of these days.
Yeah, for sure. At some point, I'm going to run out of people, because you know the number of people in the hobby who are actually willing to do this type of stuff and be social about, like, you know, on YouTube. So they're very limited, right? So eventually I'm gonna run out of people. It's already for a long time and hard to get new people. So it's getting more and more difficult, and eventually I may just start having to have no choice but to start asking past friends to come back. Let's do another one, whatever. So.
What I'm fascinated about, this is from when we were doing the artist edition books at IDW. What I'm fascinated about is collectors who not only are maybe socially not interested in doing this or shy, but they don't post on CAF. They don't want anyone to know they own this stuff.
Right.
Which is, of course, that's individual choice. I guess so. The only people who see it are people who come visit them or what have you. It's just it's very interesting to me that just because one of the things I like about this this world is the fact that people like sharing with each other and like talking about the art and I love doing research. So again, I was fascinated that somehow I had missed this whole project.
Right.
Just kind of crazy.
But I totally get it. In fact, I just had coffee a couple of weeks ago with a friend here, and I don't know if you're still in the chat, Steve. We talked about this topic. It came up about because he is actually one of those who I believe says in his gallery online only has about a handful of pieces, and so he's one of those who just prefers to keep most of it to himself or whatever. And so it's an interesting and. That topic came up as we had to part and had to leave, but otherwise that topic would have probably lasted a good hour. We could have talked at least an hour about that. The whole psychology behind that whole thing about, again, like you said, it is choice, and in some ways I feel strongly that it should be shared. But at the same time, I do stick up for everybody who decides that they'd rather not share it. Like it's
and I'm with you. And again, the whole artist edition experience. Led us down some roads. Really, one guy who appreciates this material was buying a lot of one particular artist. I don't want to name the artist, but one particular artist, and putting him in a large kind of vault-like box at a bank, and just sort of so he's not even looking at them. He's just bought them as an investment, and more power to him. But it's just. Again, I'm glad we were able to scan those pages and put them in the artist edition.
For sure.
Because again, you can do that. You can do that anonymously, of course, right? You can, and any of those types of projects, they don't have to identify who's got them. But it goes back to just the previous conversation. You're saying you don't see these Kingdom Come pages. I'm sure there are some collectors who have a bunch of them, and we have no idea who they are.
Yeah. Yep. That's ultimately what you. When you start going through all the other options of possibilities and you realize, okay, maybe that, but probably not, then you're like, yeah, typically in these situations, somebody does have a big cache of them, and that's what it ended up being. So
yeah, that's what I feel. I'm pretty sure that's the case, and I'm pretty sure Christine Mignola confirmed it. The Topps Dracula adaptation that we did, that Mike did.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure there's a giant cache of them with someone in Europe. So
yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that when we did the show and tell episode, right? Or when we did the focus on IDW or whatever, your background, your professional career. Yeah, that made sense at the time, and I believe that it's got to be that. It's got to be something like that, right? It's typically that's what it is when you don't see them anywhere. So
yeah. I mean, somebody just asked me about my Joe Kubert Tarzan page, and they were like, how come I never see a Joe Kubert Tarzan page? And I said, well, the DC/Kubert deal with the Edgar Rice Burroughs estate is that they got to keep everything. So they have everything except a handful of pages that Joe gifted.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Fantastic, Greg. Well, hey, listen, thank you again so much for tonight, and also for both of the previous episodes that we did together in 2024. It was a lot of fun. I really appreciated the time that you gave.
I appreciate it. I had a good time.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And like I said, when I start having to go deep back into the trough of the same collectors I've already done show and tells with, you'll be one of the first guys I reach out to. For another show and tell.
All right.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Pleasure seeing everyone. Really love seeing what people have picked up. Great stuff.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. Thanks, Greg.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Take care, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, now let us keep it rolling and let us bring in the man, the myth, the legend,
Hey guys.
Rob Frey. What's up, Rob? How you doing,
Good
David
evening.
Bowie fan?
Yes, I am.
Look at that. And Mikhail, I don't know if Mikhail's still here. He's got a connection to David Bowie. I'm not going to get into it, but yeah, it's interesting that you're wearing that shirt tonight. So very cool, very cool. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Same here. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Oh no, I pray. Hey, listen, it's my pleasure. It's our pleasure, of course. And I just going to warn you really quick. Please do not say anything about tonight's football game. I don't want to know anything. I want to be able to watch it later, not knowing anything. So just don't say anything about football.
I'm watching it right over here, actually.
Is it really?
Yeah.
All right, just don't say anything. You can look at it all you want, just don't say any words. Okay? All right, you ready to take a look at your piece and talk a little bit about it?
Sure.
All right. So let me get that up here, everybody. And let me see. Ah, yes. So those of you who watched my show and tell episode with Rob will remember having seen this. It was certainly one of my favorites, and this is the one he chose for the one he wanted to speak most about from his 2024 acquisition. So let's take another look at it again.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic, right?
I love it. So as you know, I am a big fan of George's, and I have to say that mainly I'm definitely more of a Marvel guy than a DC guy.
Yeah.
But when he went over to DC and was doing Titans, I kind of followed him over, and I decided to give a lot of their books a chance. And so you can imagine when this was announced and he was going to have all these characters and it was him and Marv doing it, I was very excited. And to this day, I still think it's one of the best all-time miniseries ever. I mean,
yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, and I think that the scope was really big, and it was a very ambitious project because things changed a lot, or at least at that time they did. I'm not sure what they've undone, but as they said in the house ad, worlds lived, worlds died, blah blah blah, right? And that's what happened.
Yeah, that's it. You're right. I mean, that's what it's so funny that you mentioned that, because that was when they were advertising that got me right away. Like, how comic publishers, right? They always hype up whatever story they're planning on coming up with next. I find usually it doesn't live up to the advertised hype. And at that time for some reason, I believed it. I saw that advertisement, right? I love that tagline, right? And I was like, ooh, worlds live, worlds die. What? Never going to be the same? Oh my God. I took it seriously, and I just bought into it and then read it. And like you say, it's epic in scope, right? It was epic in scope. It still is epic in scope. I haven't read it in many years, but I would love to revisit it again. But yeah, it's fantastic. And what's funny about this piece, let's put it back up there, is I love it. I mean, for obvious reasons. I don't have to explain the artwork. But I also, it's nostalgic in that I clearly would admit it when I see this, it immediately makes me think back to that time when it came out. I remember the week it came out because really? I remember thinking what's up? Oh, that's so cool. Okay, some new Crisis art by George. But I was I remember thinking, what's going on here? Who is ICG, and how in the world would some small time nobody publisher be able to convince DC to do a comic about not only one of their comics, but one of their, probably the biggest, most epic thing they've ever done till that point? Why wouldn't DC just do it? And to this day, right? Like to this day, let me come back to you. To this day, I still don't really know the story behind that. Do you know anything about that?
I do not.
No, right?
No.
It's so crazy. And ultimately, I think you remember they did like official Legion Index. They did a few other ones, right?
Yeah.
And it was just like, yeah, ICG. What is up with that? So I don't know. Maybe some of our friends in the chat might know, and they'll drop the knowledge. But that's what looking at this reminds me of the shock, the excitement of seeing more Crisis material for me to buy, but at the same time wondering like, what's happening here? Like, I need to know who's ICG. Why are they doing it? How can it be possible that somebody other than DC does this? They don't even want to get together and do crossovers with Marvel, right? They're always fighting each other at odds with each other, but they'll let some no-name tiny publisher do some Crisis related. Like, what? Yeah, so it's pretty crazy. So that's why I love the piece so much. It's not only beautiful, but it gives me that awesome memory from back when that week that it came out and hit the shops, you know. So
and then after that, right? I mean, they at a DC that they relaunched a lot of the books, right? I mean, they had Superman and Wonder Woman.
Yeah, Wonder Woman, Flash.
Yep.
You know,
Year One, right?
Yeah,
I mean, so it was really great time, and I was reading these as they were coming out, and like I said, I'm definitely more of a Marvel guy, but this series was the goods.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm glad that as a predominantly Marvel guy, I'm glad that you have been able to give it the respect accorded to it, rather than be more of a typical kind of Marvel guy who's like, Secret Wars is better. That's awesome because that's Marvel or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
So coming from a Marvel guy, for you to respect it the way you do and give it its proper respect. Yes, I appreciate that more than you know, believe me. So, but yeah, man, that's it. Anything else that needs to be said? I think that's you probably covered it all. That I don't think there's anything we haven't said the first time we did our show and tell.
That's right.
But thank you again, my friend. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for doing it the last time, and thank you for being willing to come by again tonight, man. It all of you guys coming together to say yes to me, to do this, it's what makes the show so great. So I can't do it without you guys. So I really do appreciate your time and effort, man. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. And I'm going to watch the football.
All right, go away. Don't say anything. Enjoy the game, my friend. Enjoy.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. Good night. Take care.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. Okay. So let's see. All right. Let's see. You hanging in there, Mike? Thank you, by the way. You're doing a great job with the comments. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm great at clicking.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to absolutely rewatch this episode because I've just been focusing on our guests, and I've missed a lot of the comments, and it should be fun to rewatch it as a fan just to see what.
It was mostly Marcus, so don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, so I don't have to worry. It's just him. Doing his usual. Okay, commentary. Yeah. No. But in all seriousness, I look forward to it because I have been in there. I go in there every now and then. I quickly read a few comments. I'm like, I'm missing some good stuff, whatever. But yeah, it's nice to be able to look at it as a fan, just as a viewer, and follow what people are saying on screen, and follow what the comments are being made about the pieces that are being shown on the screen. So that's why I'll have to rewatch this one for sure. But all right, so next up is actually here. Let me bring him in now. Hyder, you're up, pal. You ready to go? All right. There he is. There's the man.
All right.
Hey,
how's it going?
It's going good, man. It's going good. Thank you for doing this. How is it going over on your end with the whole work thing? Like
No worries. The employees are fed. They're off fed and had a good evening, so it's all good.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Just for everybody else to know, So next up after Hyder, because Hyder is actually taking Danny Hoskins' place. Danny is having some kind of crazy winter storm thing happening, and he's losing power. He's lost power, so he told me he's not going to be able to make it. I may present his piece for him at the end of the show, though. Why not? But this is Danny's slot that Hyder's taking. And after Hyder, Matt is going to be up. Matt's been waiting in the wings for a little while now, so he is next after Hyder. And after that, we have our final five guys who were the kind of like, yeah, put me later near the end. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it or not, blah, blah, blah. So let us get to Hyder. Neon Dragon is after actually Hyder. And then Matt, sorry. So, yeah.
So, before we get into this, Ruben, I just want to say I was watching Mikhail's interview on Rewind, and this relates to my piece as well.
Sorry, which interview?
Mikhail.
Oh, Mikhail, yeah.
And I was listening to what he was saying about how his parents would, he couldn't get the American comics in Pakistan, and he'd get the British versions when his parents went and brought them back and stuff like that. And it's so funny if you look in I know you always bust my hump when I post something that isn't horror, and I'm very much I'm at the point of my collecting where I grab art that from multiple things, including stuff that's just kind of cool and grabs me. But there is definitely a spot for nostalgia in this hobby, and we all know it. But that first exposure to a book, never kind of goes away from whether you like the character or not. I mean, it could be Sad Sack, it could be Casper the Ghost Issue. It kind of sticks with you, and I think that's where this one comes from, the one that you'll show comes from as well. But I just wanted to say, if you're out there, if you have nieces, nephews, kids, and they're young, give them a comic book, even if they don't want it, it'll stick with them, because these little stories and these myths that we read and we enjoy, we kind of get caught up in maybe the nitty gritty soap opera of it and stuff. But I mean, it does have an impact, a lasting impact, and it does stick with you.
Yeah, for sure. Well said, man. I know. I appreciate you mentioning that. It merits saying every now and then as a reminder to people, right?
Yeah, it's just sort of because I mean when you throw it up, this has no bearing on what it does, but it doesn't. But the piece itself has no bearing on anything I collect. But it's vivid, and it has everything to do with the first exposure to a story, a comic book, a myth, and having that burn on the inside of your eyeballs.
Yeah, for sure. Excellent. All right, man. So you ready to present your piece?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's hook this up. And let me see down here. So we got there we go. Okay. All right, check this one out, everyone.
All right. Oh, you even got the color cover. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, that's awesome. So, for those of you out there who have not been exposed to the British Marvel magazines, so I was, when this came out in 1977, I was living in England, and these were basic serializations of existing Marvel stories. They put them out weekly. And they were probably, I don't have it in front of me, but they were much larger format. So this is probably a 10 by 12, or it's not the regular 8.5 by 11. It's about another third as big, and inside was all black and white. So it kind of sticks with you. And this one was the first comic book I ever got. And I had gotten a lot of the European ones, Asterix or Asterix and Obelix, and so forth, and I'd grown up with those, and some German ones, the Ducks and so forth. But I'd never seen this. Now I had never seen Apes or anything. Star Wars, yes. So my mom bought this for me at a W.H. Smith, and I don't remember. I was 6 years old, and I don't remember if I was the one who picked out, the yellow jumps out at you, or whether she thought it. But my mom was not much of had not a lot of time to deal with science fiction and so forth. So I don't know why she would have bought this for me, and she definitely didn't look at the inside, which was there was Ditko, there was Plug, there was Apes, and there was all kinds of crazy stuff. And I still have this. The original that I got, it's beat up to hell, but it's the first comic book I got. And interestingly enough, after I had this, with the exception of one Star Wars comic, which I got after Star Wars came out, I didn't touch comics again for probably about 6 or 7 years until I moved to the United States and found Conan comics. Right. So this came up on Comic Link. And it, like I said, it's the first one I ever had. I spent too much. I shouldn't say I spent too much money. I probably spent above market for it, but I was not about to let the basically the cover from the first comic book I ever owned get away from me. I mean, how many of us have that opportunity?
Oh no, exactly. And quite frankly, if I may say this, bearing in mind, obviously, that, different people have different budgets. I understand that. But I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, Hydra, but I think it's fair to say that to add to what you just said about like, hey, how can I allow this opportunity to pass to get, the cover from the first comic I ever bought? Well, not only that, but on top of it, especially that goes twice as much when it's something that it's not, I don't know, Romita Senior Spider-Man from the 60s or whatever. Like, in other words, it's something that for a large portion of the hobby is still within, in spite of how much the art has gone up over the decades, it's still something that's within affordability for still a large swath of collector, Yeah.
And this is Pablo Marcos. I mean, it is an excellent image. It's a cool cover, however you cut it. And I do love it outside of nostalgia. But it's for those if I think the British Marvel covers are still a tremendous value. And I don't know how many are out there. I was, you see, this is number 111, and they did these weekly. There's got to be a ton of covers out there. But they've been popping up more in Heritage here and there. But I never ever thought I would ever see this. So this was, there was one a couple issues before. It's just one on Heritage for about $2,000, which for the time that this came out, if you try to find a $2,000 mid-70s cover from Marvel right now, good luck. It's but it's a fun cover, and I'm super excited to have it. And it's again, it's more special to me than probably most folks, but I still love it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I just want to say, Hydra, because I was thinking about typing this out in my comment, and now that I think about it, I may have touched upon it. I don't remember if I did or not. But as a point of interest, to those of you who are very, very well versed in artwork, and if you consider yourselves someone who is has a very fine eye for detail, you may want to go. I really recommend that you go to Hydra's gallery to see this at full size, because when I looked at it, the first thing that popped to me was, I was like, oh, I think that, yes, even though it is signed by Pablo Marcos, I'm willing to bet, and I'm not a betting man, but I'm willing to bet that this is one of those covers that ultimately ended up being, an issue with a deadline, and that diverse hands had to be involved with this. Now, particularly, you'll notice, especially in the full-size scan in your gallery, the main guy, his face. When you look at the face and you see there's all this fine line, tiny little bits of inking that are on his face, it looks so completely different from Marcos's typical work. I've never seen Marcos do that. So I'm like, okay, somebody else chipped in and inked this face. But then I realized, oh, it's not like it's the main ape who is inked by somebody, whoever inked his face is not even the same guy who inked his body. Furthermore, I don't believe that his body or his face are inked by Pablo Marcos. And I can say that, honestly, the only thing about this cover that appears to be Marcos's style that stands out to me immediately is the guy in the background on the right-hand side, the Caucasian, I guess the only human dude. That rendering, especially on the arm, on the legs, that's Marcos, absolutely. But then I'm like, the inking on all the other characters is not like the rendering on that guy on the right. So I don't know. I don't know how many people were involved here, but especially the main ape's face. It's so interesting to see all these tiny little bits of detail that it's just not how Marcos would ever have inked. I've never seen him ink anything like that. And that inking of the face, of the head, is completely different from the inking. You don't see any of those little tiny little bits of detail on his body, on his upper torso or his pants. It's very, very interesting. Anyways, but I just say take a look at that very carefully, and you'll.
What's interesting is that the image is actually glued onto the board, and behind it there is a rough out of the whole image as well. So I haven't looked that closely at that. So whether Marcos did that one as well. Okay. But I mean, the British comics are well known for having artists step in and do, since they were serializing, they had to add pages. So the title pages. Right. Because there's in this one there is I believe there is there's a whole Romita, there's a whole Ditko short story from Astonishing Tales, Tales to Astonish, and then there is a Planet of the Apes, there's a Dracula Lives, there's a Man-Thing story in there, and usually if they didn't have an extra page to introduce it because they chopped up a one monthly comic into 4 parts, they'd put an extra page in it, and they'd have I have one page from Man-Thing that says it says Plug and Chiaramonte on it, but it's Marshall Rogers, and Jeff Ackland, so they may have had some of the British artists touch it up. It's distinctly possible.
Yeah. Either way, it's a very cool piece, and I'm thrilled that you landed it, given that it's the first comic you ever bought. That's really great. So congratulations. Yeah.
Well, thank you much.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, man, thank you in general. Not only for being able to come back tonight, especially given that you told me he was one of the guys. Everybody, Hydra was one of about a handful of guys who was like, yeah, I don't know if I can make it. I got this work thing, whatever. They're very busy, and so yeah, I really, really appreciate that you made the effort and still still able.
No, I appreciate the opportunity. I'd love to get to meet everybody, and appreciate the interviews and getting to know the collectors out there too. So hopefully get to meet some of you in the near future.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, by the way, are you going back to OAX again?
I am going. Yep, I have tickets and everything. So hopefully we'll see folks there.
Yeah, say hello to him if you see him, everybody. All right, man. Thank you so much again, and we'll be in touch.
Bye.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right. Very cool. Always great to see Hydra. All right. So now we've got coming into the studio the man, the myth, the legend, my fellow Blade Runner and Harrison Ford loving fan, of course. We got Neon Dragon himself. Let's bring him in here and let's see what he's got to say about our mutual love of Harrison Ford.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Mike, you doing good? We're all doing good.
Doing good.
Good.
How you doing, man? You doing good?
Yeah. I finally got some lighting up here, so we're not going to have to fight with the sunset going down.
Yeah. No, it looks. I know you told me that you fixed your lighting, whatever. No, it's fine. Yeah, it looks fine.
Yeah.
So
I keep thinking about that science fiction show that we did when the light was going down. The bandwidth was so horrible.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at it. Yeah, I was looking at it the other day, and I thought, boy, that was really bad.
Oh, you were rewatching it? Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching it last night. Actually, I was looking at it, and I thought, I couldn't see that on my camera. I guess only you could see that. On mine, it looked fine. So
yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but it's weird sometimes. Yeah, sometimes when we do these streams, sometimes some things that like I notice, other people don't notice. Sometimes it's all of us who notice, but yeah, it's weird. You know, who can really explain these things and why these weird things happen sometimes? You know, whatever.
Yeah. My image is sharp now, correct?
Yeah, you're very sharp. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Looks good. Just let me quickly.
I think it was the perfect storm of the camera. The camera was not updated, and it was the perfect storm of, I think the Wi-Fi probably had, you know, memory leaks and cache leaks and stuff. So
okay,
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure I didn't make that same mistake again. That's.
I can tell you that at least for me, I don't know about anybody else. At least for me, right now, you occasionally fall like the audio and video don't follow each other.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe
like,
it might be.
I hear the audio, and then like a half second later, I see you, you know, move your mouth. Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, it's nice and clear anyway, so it's okay. And we're just gonna present
like watching like watching the Squid Game on Netflix, huh? With the mouth moving and different than.
I don't watch that. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't want to know anything about it. My daughter was watching. I walk into the living room the other day and she's like bawling her eyes out. I'm like, what the hell? What happened? What's going on? Oh, it's so sad. I'm like, what? What are you even watching this for? I heard it was like scary and stuff. You know, I don't know, whatever. But she likes to watch scary stuff, and then
It's good.
whatever.
I like it. Yeah.
She ends up crying, whatever, you know. But okay, let's get this rolling. We gotta keep the show moving, man. So you ready to chat a little bit about the piece we got here? All right, let me cue this up. And yeah, this is a fun one. I'm glad that you're showing this. You know, we had some strip art tonight. We had some war art tonight. So we're touching on the different genres that we don't get often. And we're doing that again now with you, so that's always fun as well.
It's a good variation. I mean, you wouldn't let me show the pieces that I wanted to do, but and I didn't mean that I was going to talk about all 8 pages. I was going to talk about it collectively, but I like this piece that I picked too.
Okay, yeah, no, I like it too. Hey, I just sorry to interrupt, but John, Monsieur Kogan. I see you there. I've seen you there for a little while, so thank you for being there. I don't keep in mind I can't hear you, but I noticed your private messages, and I don't know. Are you referring to me with the comments during the show? Because you're like you said you didn't see my comments I posted. If you're referring to me, you're right, because I've been focusing more on the guests, and that's why Mike is here helping me as well. So it's just with so many people, so many moving parts, it's just more difficult to do a show like this. And for me to also have to take care of everybody in the chat, you know? So yeah, so that's why I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I said I'm gonna have to rewatch the whole show later so I can see the show along with all the comments that I've missed, you know? So I'm not worried, but I'm just letting you know.
I've seen all the comments. I just don't respond.
What's that?
I said, I've seen all the comments. I just don't respond.
Oh, you just don't respond. Not like me, right? Yeah, and then we'd be here for 10 hours. Yeah, exactly. But no worries, John. You can tell me whatever you got to tell me when you're on screen. Okay, let's keep it rolling. And yeah, let me show this next piece for the dragon himself. Check this one out, everybody. From Western Gunfighters, number 5, Bronze Age story by Dick Ayers. It's always fun when you see one inker penciling and another inker doing the inking. So that's really fun. From 1971, early Bronze Age stuff, and a fun Bronze Age appearance of the do we call him that? The Golden Age Ghost Rider? Is that what we
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, I'm not a big fan of Western comic art, but I love the Ghost Rider, Phantom Rider, because it's a twist. It's not your classic Western. You know, you've got the, and I also like it because a lot of people don't realize there was a different Ghost Rider than, you know, the one that we think about, Blaze on the motorcycle. So this page I love because it encapsulates everything. It shows him first Carter Slade, you know, in his regular, you know, without the costume. He's going into his secret mountain, and then he comes out and he's talking about really the nature of his whole getup. He has this phosphorescent clothing, and you know, it's kind of like, it's almost kind of like a Western Batman. You know, the guy's not a mutant; he's a normal person at this point in the story.
Right.
And he has some tricks and different things that he does to fool people into thinking that he is a ghost. And back then he was called Ghost Rider. He wasn't called Phantom Rider actually until the Ghost Rider took that moniker, and then they changed this to Phantom Rider. So he says in the story here, he mentions, you know, he calls himself Ghost Rider. So yeah, I just love it because it's a transformation. It kind of is almost, like I said, it's just a little bit of everything that really kind of tells the nature of who this character is and what he does.
Yeah, it's cool. I like seeing this in your collection too, John, by the way, just, you know, simply because, as you've, you know, mentioned in your past appearances, you know, here when you've been in the studio with me, you know, you didn't grow up with comics, period.
No.
Right? You didn't, you know, you didn't really, superheroes or whatever it is, especially that's, you know, Western superheroes, whatever the case may be. It wasn't your thing. And when you started collecting comic book art, you know, you obviously did get into the superheroes. That's what most people do. So that's understandable. But that's why I like seeing this in your collection, just because, you know, like most people, you do go usually for superhero stuff. But it's cool that you can appreciate stuff like this as well, even though you did not grow up with it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost like, you know, an extraterrestrial that came to Earth, you know, without any comic bias. So it's not like, oh, this story was special to me, this was special to me, and I'm biased towards something that I'm buying art that may not be good, but I'm buying it because it's got some nostalgia to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, to me, I'm judging the art for the art itself, the page for the page itself, the narration for the narration itself. The value and the merits of the page are what attract me to it. You're right. I mean, I like I said before, I did read some horror stuff when I was a kid, but almost all of my art, I go into it with no bias at all, and I pick it because of what it is, the merit of the art itself.
Yeah, and you've always said that, you know. So you know, you stand by it, and that's what it is, right? You enjoy the art, and you just go, like you said, on the merits of the art, regardless. And in any case, as somebody who didn't grow up with this stuff, it's easier to do that anyhow, because of the fact that, not having grown up with it, you don't have like what most of us have to deal with, the whole nostalgia pull and all that stuff. You don't really deal with that stuff, right? Not having grown up with it.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't mean this in a negative way, but I don't understand. I'm a DC person or I'm a Marvel person. I mean, the art is amazing, you know, on both sides, and I can't imagine not liking one because of a company. I mean, even if it's some weird esoteric name of a publisher, if the art is good, the art's good. And especially if the artists are good, you know, themselves, if they themselves are they have a special name to them, and you know, if the artists are legends, you know what I mean? It's the sum of the parts, I think, that matters.
For sure. Yeah, well said. Perfectly said. Sounds good, man. Well, look, hey, I appreciate you again agreeing to do this.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, man. My pleasure. And I look forward to seeing you come in at some point. We'll always find a way to get you back in somehow.
Yeah, chapter 2.0, right?
Well, not chapter 2, because we've
already done chapters, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
So this would be chapter 4. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But whatever chapter it is, I'm always looking forward to further chapters with you, my friend.
Same here. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Have a good one, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care, man. Okay. So excellent. So now we got Matty Boy coming up. The main. I can see the smile come up. And so Matt Kennedy's coming up next, everybody. And then we now have reached that point in the show where after Matt, we got the last handful of guys who were telling me, as late as possible would be better, but I'm flexible, whatever. And so we have Matt next, right? He's going to come up now. And then we have Eric B, who is, let me scroll down. Oh, I don't need to scroll down. There he is, Eric Bélanger. Comment ça va? What's up, dude? And then I believe, let me see, it would be, let me see who we got. Oh, it would be Sean after Eric. So Sean, if you're around, if you're still there, you would be third up. All right, so let us bring in the Master. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going very, very well. It's going good. You?
Mike sits only 2 hours away from me as we speak. I could hop in my car and reach him before the show ends, I bet.
Yeah.
But and I wanted to add really quickly to it's great watching Neon Dragon talk about what he talked about, and especially selecting that page. I always thought that it would be better if Marvel were going to reboot Ghost Rider, that they actually do a full movie on the Western Ghost Rider, and then do a massive time lapse at the end of like this story comes to an end, and then all of a sudden you see a motorcycle parked someplace, and then you got the teaser for the next film, which I think would be great. But I kind of came at comics in a very similar way. Like I wasn't really a superhero guy. Like the first comics I bought, we kind of think of as superhero comics, but it was Werewolf by Night and the Hulk. And I liked them because the Hulk is a monster and the werewolf is very clearly a monster. And I kind of lucked out that the first issue that I bought was that first issue with Moon Knight. And so like I knew Moon Knight before I knew Batman. And so like getting all of that kind of extraneous horror elements, a lot of that was happening in the first Batman stories I bought, which were like right before that Marshall Rogers run. There's that haunted house issue, which was the first one I bought. And so then I went through those Marshall Rogers comics. The first comic I paid more than cover price for was Twisted Tales #2. Like the comics that I bought when I went back to the comic shop for the very first time were 3 for $1 bin, House of Mystery, House of Secrets, whatever, DC horror was in there. So I think the reason why I moved to superhero comics is that if you wanted good writing, all the best writers were working on superhero comics because those gigs paid better. But I was reading the Warren publications, and that was like short form storytelling, like those single serving stories. It's really easy to write a great 6 or 8 pages, and it's getting something that can be a continuity thing is where it gets really, really hard. And when you're looking at comics that have massive teams and a bunch of crossovers, I can't even imagine what it's like writing something like Marv Wolfman has done most of his career in writing just massive teams, and being able to kind of keep track of them. So, I think, I know Mike collects some Vertigo stuff, and I know you also like the Punisher and stuff. I mean, the Punisher's not a superhero. The Punisher is a mass murderer. Oh, no, you don't collect Punisher.
He's a murdering.
It's all punk rock. It's all Black Flag and Vertigo, which is cool. Which is
Vertigo,
great.
yeah. I mean, some of the Vertigo characters are Punishers, but that's a different storyline altogether.
This is very true. But I think, even a character like the Punisher, like, is not really a superhero. I mean, of course, he starts out as a villain, and the best stories are just him just laying waste to massive amounts of dirtbags. So I think that the idea that some of these characters that just because it's a Marvel or a DC book means that it's a superhero thing is different. And to Neon Dragon's point, that I mean, the best comic covers out there were Gold Key, You know, I mean, you know, throughout the entire era of Gold Keys publishing, I don't think anything at DC or Marvel could really touch that. And you actually almost have to kind of drop to the next like status of how you judge a thing to go from fine painting to illustration is in most circles a bit of a step down. And I would argue against that point too. But you know, but you don't see a lot of, until recently, a lot of those covers were probably pretty inexpensive to purchase.
All right. Good stuff always, as always, from Matt. Yeah, and don't forget everybody, well, I'm saying don't forget, you probably don't even know. Yeah, you have no way of knowing because actually I haven't scheduled anything. I've fallen behind again, and I went from like 6 weeks ahead of schedule with things on my channel, and now it's like I only have next Sunday's show up on my channel. The week after next, so 2 Sundays, 2 weeks from tonight, Matt will be back with me for another one of those show and tells where we try to give you more examples of what not to do if you don't want to lose money when you try to resell artwork. They've been very popular, kind of like a mini series within the show and tell series. And yeah, they both of those previous episodes have over 600 views. As a reminder, I only have 615 followers, or whatever you call it, subscribers. So yeah, so it's basically 100% ratio of views on those episodes to the number of to the size of my channel. So very popular, and yeah, so I found more examples, a lot more interesting examples, and once again, big name artists, big name characters, titles, what have you. So it's going to be fun. So that'll be a couple of weeks from tonight. And yeah, so before we show your piece and let you talk about it, Matt, let me just ask to those of you in the backstage area, particularly Monsieur Cogan, Eric Bélanger, and my buddy John C., who popped into the room and didn't put C in his name for the first time. That's kind of interesting. I just got to ask you, do either any of you three guys, because I know you guys were some of the guys who were originally telling me you didn't know if you could make it or not. Are you good for time, or are you, let's say this, not up and down with your heads, up and down, because I can't hear you, not up and down if you are pressed for time and kind of would need to go pretty quickly? I see Eric's waving me off. John seems, I don't know, frozen and sleeping. I don't know if you're frozen, John. John, well, that John C, that is. Okay, you got a thumbs up. I got a thumbs up. You're okay with time, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Saying here to the end in the private chat.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, here to the end. Okay, awesome. Now we got 2 Johns back there, though. We got John C. Well, actually, it's funny because they're both John C's. John Cogan and John Cabot. But all right, sounds good then. If you're all good, then let's keep it rolling. And yeah, let me cue up your image, Matt. And yeah, what an interesting piece to go from the Western Ghost Rider to this. Check it out, everyone.
Yeah, so this is a commission. I came kind of late into this, so I'm not sure if anybody has chosen a commission yet. But awesome, perfect. You know, the great minds think alike. This is a kind of special piece for a number of reasons, but the story of getting it is one of the best aspects of it. I had seen Malcolm Bourne post a Buckingham commission on his CAF page, and it was a Miracle Man, cover quality Miracle Man commission. And so I reached out to him and asked him, you know, if he knew if Buckingham was doing any commissions, what he had paid for his, and he was super open with me. And so he encouraged me to reach out to Joseph at Brit Comics Art, and I did. And so I had first had an idea that I was going to do something kind of Miracle Man related, and then I just kind of did a switch and figured, well, I loved Fables, I love The Endless, and the only person who's actually illustrated both Fables, Snow White from Fables and Death is Mark Buckingham. So it makes this a special piece in that capacity as well. So I pitched him the idea of the endless trick-or-treating with, the Wolf Pack, which is Snow White and Bigby Wolf's children, trick-or-treating. So the view you would get from your doorstep if they rang the doorbell and yelled trick-or-treat. And that's basically all the guidance I gave him. And I made suggestions of which kids should be dressed like which people in the Endless. I definitely wanted Snow White to be Death, and I definitely wanted Bigby to be John Constantine. So the way that he put this together, I really, really enjoy. All the pumpkin kind of candy carrier cases are Murph Pumpkinhead's head. And so I pitched this, and I never really got a yes from Joseph. He had said, "Oh, I think he can probably work this in. Are you going to be at New York Comic Con?" I'm like, "No, I'm not going to be at New York Comic Con." And he's like, "How about San Diego?" I said, I might be able to get down to San Diego, but I probably wouldn't be able to be, but I could definitely have somebody pick it up from you there. And he's like, "Okay." And so I don't hear from him for like a month and a half. And meanwhile, I'm like, "Do you want me to send you a deposit? Because I would like to be able to work out, getting you money across a couple of months rather than take it all at once. If he's going to be working on a list, he's probably going to have other pieces that are ahead of mine." Nothing. And so then on the Thursday night of Comic-Con, so like, the Wednesday night is set up and Thursday night is kind of like the Thursday's kind of the first day of the show. I get a message from Joseph saying, "Hey, I'm here at Comic-Con. Come pick up your piece," basically. And he basically wanted me to pay him in cash. And I'm like, "Well, number one, I'm in Las Vegas. I'm not in San Diego. I've been trying to contact you, asking you how you want me to pay you." And so I figured out a way I finally talked him into taking a PayPal payment, and I paid the fees. And so I knew that Jeff Wedding was going to be in San Diego. And so Jeff said that he could pick it up for me. And then Mikhail was also, in San Diego, and was actually, I believe, having dinner with Joseph. And so that worked out really, really well. So there was kind of this handoff from Joseph to Mikhail to Jeff. And then I had to wait for Jeff, to bring it back to Las Vegas and meet up, down by him in Henderson to be able to pick it up.
Right.
And so it was kind of a long handoff, but I hadn't even seen the image when Joseph was like, "Oh, come get this and bring cash," type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell, and without any warning at all. And it kind of put me in a bad position of having to come up with, and I'll just say the number, it was $1,800.
Okay.
But to have that many characters on a cover quality commission for that low a fee is kind of mind blowing to me. I've shown Bucky, in exhibitions at La Luz de Jesus, a couple of group shows, and but he couldn't fly out for the exhibitions, so I'd never actually met him. But apparently he loved the idea of this commission so much that he pushed it to the front of his commission list so that he could draw it first, and that's how it kind of happened.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it kind of put me in a bad position financially for about a month, but I was able to work it out. And that was at a time where I had a bunch of commissions all come due at the same time, where I had been on lists of people whose commissions hadn't opened up in a very long time. Other people I had commissioned before, but they hadn't accepted payment, and they were finished at the same time. So it was really, just kind of a happenstance of like everything happening at once. So, and I knew it would have killed me if I hadn't worked it out, that Joseph would have sold this. He would have just sold it in the open market, and that'd be two pieces floating out there that are supposed to be mine that, that didn't make it to me. And the other one is tattooed on my arm, and I still owe somebody some painful death for that. But, so I knew I had to make it happen, and I'm glad that we're able to work it out. And I just love it. I think that, you can tell that Snow White cosplaying as Death, because he's drawn both and he doesn't draw them both exactly the same, and that makes it really, really fun.
Yeah, it's really great. And by the way, you didn't mention it. Can you tell us what size the paper is?
That's 11 by 17.
It's an 11 by 17. Yeah. So like Mike was typing into the chat, there's so many characters there. Like for $1,800, it seems to me that's very reasonable. Compared to like
a bargain, comparatively a bargain. Like I was kind of surprised that he said yes to it. And then, but I mean, it's also that you can tell he had fun. Like a lot of times I've commissioned a lot of people to do things. And sometimes I feel like I've overwhelmed them with too much instruction and they've lost the love of the work. Other times I've art directed it to the nth degree, and that's how they work and that's how they do their best work. In other cases, I've given very little instruction and have somebody completely knock it out of the park. So the X23 Omega Red piece, which you think is funny because you think her arm is too long. And I'm like, she could have knocked it out of socket just to fuck with them. That's the type of thing she do. There's so much about that elongated arm that I love that even hearing that, I'm like, well, I kind of like the idea of that actually. But like, I'm glad. Yeah, no, it actually makes me enjoy it more.
Yeah, I'm always scared to, that's why I asked you, hey, remember I said like, hey, when
a big preference,
right. If there's something wrong with the art and would you want to know about it or that's why, because I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but it's great. I'm happy that you love it more than ever.
Yeah. But I mean, like for that piece, for instance, like I had a very different vision in my head when I commissioned it than what he did. And I love what he did. I never would have thought of that particular layout. And it conveys so much. There's so much narrative in that still piece that it feels like it's moving. And that piece very easily could have made it onto this list. But I think that the way that the handoff happened and, just the sheer, like that could be a Fables Halloween special cover. Like, I would not be surprised if they go back to him to do some kind of omnibus and he's like, let's put this in there. And I'd love him to do that, of course. But I could totally see it happening because he never got to do a Fables cover. All the covers were, James Jean and then, the person who came on to replace James. And I was kind of already off the book at that point. But so I love that. It also kind of fits in what I think my later life collecting has become, which is back to what I was originally collecting, which is a lot of different versions of Death and the Endless and characters from the Vertigo series that I really loved by the people who did them, by people who didn't get to do certain characters. And that's kind of, like I said, that's how I came up. The other book that I was reading on the newsstand was Swamp Thing, and it was when Alan Moore had just come on to Swamp Thing because Steve Bissett, who was drawing it, was a New Englander. He lived in Vermont. He had family in Lynn, Massachusetts. So he was one of the first comic creators that I'd ever met and got to know, and I'm happy to say that has been a lifelong influence, connection, and friend. And so those touchstones, like when you come into comics and you're reading Alan Moore, I mean, you can't read, David Michelini or really almost even Peter David. And Peter David's an excellent writer, but it's still 10 rungs down the ladder of the quality of what Alan Moore was turning in. Right. And the early Frank Miller stuff, which I think hasn't aged particularly well, but his return to Daredevil, I still think holds the test of time. The ones that Mazzucchelli was drawing, his year one, amazing. Right. And like when you get used to that quality level, it's really hard to kind of take a monthly comic off the stand and have any kind of appreciation for it. I mean, and again, it depends like how old you are when you see it. But I also think that a lot of kids that like Secret Wars, these are like their first comics that they read. They had never read Alan Moore. If they did, it would have gone well over their heads at that point. So I get why they like that stuff. It's certainly not literature in the way that we would consider it to be literature, but it certainly has its place, and it certainly got a lot of kids who might not have otherwise read to read. So I will always have great appreciation for that. But I always found that there was better storytelling and therefore better panel design, at least until the Image era, in the in non-superhero comics, where you could get away with that much more nuance, where it didn't have to be that dynamic because the story was more important, or the most important part of the comic.
Very well said, as always. All right, Southern Comic Geek. He's relax. He's not taking over the show. He's well spoken. He likes to talk. That's good. He always has good shit to say. That's all right. We give him his.
He must be a Secret Wars fan, and there's nothing wrong with that. I love my remedial readers.
Ooh. All right, man. Thank you so much again for doing this as always, man. I appreciate you.
My pleasure. Mike, great to see you. Great to see you on screen. It's amazing.
I need to talk to you about getting something framed. So
yeah. Hit me. Give me a call this week. I got a guy here in town who does a really, really good job.
All right.
Museum quality.
Sounds good.
Cool.
All right, man.
Thanks,
I
guys.
will talk to you soon. Get ready for that show in 2 weeks, baby.
I owe you photos. I will send them, I promise.
Yeah, that's true. I know. All right, man. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. All right. So here we go. Let me check him off. And we've got Matt done here. And let us keep it rolling. We got a couple of Canadian friends coming up here. Let us bring Eric into the studio. What's up?
What's up? Can you hear me okay?
I got you okay. Yeah. That's
Okay,
a
good.
whisper. That's a pretty loud whisper.
Well, I got the good mic, so that way I turned it up. So hopefully it'll be okay.
Yeah. You see,
You
guys?
don't have to whisper.
No, I know. That's why I'm talking like this. This is what some of you guys are willing to do for me, just to help me be on when I ask you to be on. Eric's family's all gone to bed, so that's why he's kind of keep it kind of low or whatever. So it's cool that you're doing this. And by the way, Eric was the guy who I was gonna save for last, because he was one of the guys telling me, oh my God, like I don't know if I can make it. I really don't know if I can make it. He's been going nuts at work. He's working like crazy hours, 7 days a week. But thrilled that he said, oh my God, I can pull it off. I'll be there. So yeah, man, thank you so much for doing this.
No problem, man. Anything for you. Come on, this is fun.
I appreciate that. All right, yeah, let's why don't we get into it? Let me cue up the artwork here, and let's see here. Yeah, because I love this piece. And again, very happy also once again, because you're part of the contingent of presenters tonight who help give us a little bit a variety outside of the superhero realm, you know?
Yeah,
So it's
I have
another
a couple superhero pages that I haven't scanned or even posted yet. And I thought about doing like a reveal, but I'm like, this one has a better story. It's different. It's not superhero art. I think it's cooler. And whoever's still awake and watching, maybe it'll be a treat for them. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. All right, let's check it out. And let us know. I know that you mentioned to me privately that you hadn't bought many pieces this year, but still, let us know why this one was the one that you wanted to talk about above all others. Check it out.
So this piece, I had a friend say, "Hey, are you watching any auctions?" And I was like, "No, ain't nobody got time for that." and also, I'm supposed to be semi-retired. I'm supposed to be like paying off. There's a page that I had purchased earlier or late last year, and I'm I was paying it off, so I wasn't really in the market for looking for anything or willing to buy anything. So this came up, and I always wanted to. My eye has been, as you mature, you get further deeper into the hobby, your tastes start to change, and I kind of was romanticizing romance covers, and I just wanted to have something. I didn't know what I wanted. I'm not an expert in the romance era, but I wanted it to be a cover. I didn't want it to be overly busy. I wanted it to focus on a female character. I wanted to have really cool fashion. I wanted it as a cover to tell a story.
Yeah.
And this checked all those boxes. I don't know who Jorge Romeo is. I think you told me who he was, Ruben. I was like, oh, that's cool, man.
I said, let me interrupt real quick just to tell everybody, for anybody else who doesn't know, this is the brother of Enrique Badia Romero, who is most famous, I would say, for AXA, the AXA strip, AXA, the half-naked warrior chick, I guess you could call her. And he also took over Modesty Blaze for a time. Yeah. So sorry, go ahead, Eric.
No. So I got this, and another thing is I don't like paste ups. So
yeah,
so when I saw this, it was like, again, it was on Comic Link, and so I looked at it and I was like, damn, this is a nice cover. It's got 45 minutes left. I'm gonna throw in a bid and see what happens. And I kept coming back to it, and no one was bidding on it, and I was like, damn, okay, I think I can get this, and I won. And it was a reasonable price. I think I got this for under $700, and I was like, "That's like that. I can make that work. It's a bargain." Compared to a lot of other things. So I got it, and then there's like, and I know you kind of revealed it here, but I got it, and there's like this giant area that's just masked over, and I'm like, "What the heck's going on there? What's behind this thing?" And I started thinking like, "Oh, maybe she was smoking," because there's like. Maybe there's a cigarette and some smoke, or maybe it's a thought bubble of a love triangle. Like, maybe she has a boyfriend, but she's eyeing this football player. Like, who knows what's going on? So I'm like, I'm going to figure this thing out. So I put it in front. I did that old classic, rudimentary, putting it in front of a light kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I always do when I see a stat. I put it in front of the light to see if there's anything behind it.
Curiosity got to me, and I'm like, what is that? Is that a mushroom lampshade? What the heck's going on? The last thing I would have never picked this out. I had no idea. And Ruben and I have been trying to figure out what is the bit that is going to her hand. And I can only think of it's like a tassel. Maybe she's holding on to it because it's like the on and off switch, but I have no idea. But I think it's better that they got rid of it. But really cool cover. It's toned a little bit. It's got a little bit of tan to it. So when you open up, it's page 1 on my portfolio. So when you get into it, it has like this warmth. I feel like it has this warmth, but the second you turn the page, it's like it's a total. This piece is a total left turn in my entire collection because it's mostly Marvel, DC, and superhero. There is some indie stuff in there as well, but the majority of it, it's that this isn't what I'm collecting. But I just thought it was so cool, and it scratched the itch, and I've been looking for a romance cover for quite some time, and it's just again hit all those boxes. How can I say no?
Yeah, that was fantastic. Like I said, I was surprised to see it in your gallery when you posted it, because, I know we know those of us who well, obviously me, but the rest of us who were here and watched your show and tell episode that you did with me, no, you're sort of very much J. Scott Campbell guy, that sort of not DWJ. What's the other these initials?
Sean Gordon.
Sean Gordon Murphy, and so to see something from like the Bronze Age, mid 70s, whatever. I mean, the style of art doesn't surprise me. You have good taste in art, so that didn't surprise me. But the fact that it was some kind of vintage thing, I was like, oh, that's kind of it threw me. It threw me. I was like, okay, but in a happy way. I was like, oh, that's really cool.
I love it. I if I can, there's going to be there's a huge shift that happened in my collecting in the last 5 years, and I think there's going to be like a slightly other shift, and then but I'm on that wind down. But there's pieces that I want to get that I haven't been able to get yet, but there's going to be some shifts, and it's going to be one of those classic, although my collection is so darn small, like the trading as opposed to just buying new. But anyways, I just love the piece, and good deal. Couldn't say no. Back to retirement now.
Yeah, listen, for that kind of money, what can you get? You can't get a lot these days anymore, and this is not something that has anything to do with nostalgia. So that's nice because it allows you to focus simply on the aesthetics. I always find it's nice, it's easy to get caught up with our nostalgia and our love of our favorite characters and whatnot. But it's cool to every now and then pick pieces that are just purely for the art, and I'm also all about vintage time period pieces where it's all about the women, the women's fashion, the women's hairstyles, the vehicles of the period, what have you, and that this is a perfect example of that, so
the same reason why I want an Alex Raymond Rip Kirby strip. Like,
Okay.
it's all about like the fashion, the styles, the environments, you know.
Yeah.
Going back to the 50s and 60s area, there's something just magical in terms of the fashion and, you know, cars and just environments and wallpaper, everything. So,
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic, man. Well, thank you again. Really appreciate it, man.
no problem.
I know that this was dodgy. It was very iffy for you, and so yeah, I'm glad it somehow ended up being able to work out. And hopefully, this means that you know, once you get off here, it means you can still relax. Or are you heading back to work?
I should go back to work, but I'm not going to.
Oh, okay. Take some. You need to, you know.
It's
not good for your
11:30.
health.
I'm tired. It's fine.
It's not good for your health to keep putting the hours that you're doing. So yeah, take the one night. It's not gonna, you know, it's gonna help you. It ain't gonna kill you. It'll probably kill you if you keep going back to work. Let's put it that way, you know. So
True.
Yeah, man. Take a rest, man. Take a rest. Well deserved, my friend. Well deserved.
Thanks for letting me hop on, and I hope you guys liked it. I think it's a great cover.
Yeah, it's great for sure, man. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate it. We'll be in touch.
I do want a Carol Day, just so you know, Hart. It's on the
You gotta
list.
keep looking. Keep looking.
Javi.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so let's see. So we got Eric checked off, and now we've got the two Johns, the two Canadian Johns.
So John C or John C.
Well, one's like basically as American as the rest of you Americans because he's been there most of his life. Let me see. So let me see. John Cabot. John Kogan is here for the night. So Monsieur Kogan, you can wait one more spot. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, my friend. All right, let's bring in the jokester himself, who is still stuck on mute, but no longer is. What's happening, fellow Canuck? How you doing?
I'm good. How's it going?
Doing good, man. It's good. Thank you for making it. Thank you for making it tonight. How did you manage? Like, I mean, you were making it sound like it was going to be kind of do or die. Like I was expecting, like if you show up, it'll be one of those. Okay, I'm here. I kind of got to go. If you can get me in now, because I got to go back to work or something like that, you know?
No, I'm done for today. It's just a matter of if there's any fires. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, excellent. Oh, that's good. Excellent, man. So excellent. Yeah, let me key up here.
Oh, hey, Mike. I believe we met.
Nope. Hey.
There you go. See? Bringing people together, making friends. There we go. Look at me.
Borders.
Look at me. Yeah, exactly. Look at me. I'm splitting you guys. Now you can be better friends. Look how
There we
close.
go.
Bring you guys closer together.
You're
Yeah.
just putting the bald people on one side. That's all.
Let me queue up the art for you here. Let's see where I got you, because yeah, you last five of you, since I didn't know where you were going to slot in. Yeah, I didn't have any real order for your pieces. Okay, here you are. So let me move this one up here right after Eric. All right. So this is a really cool piece. And shock of all shocks, it's not a Dungeons and Dragons piece. So I'm sure people were probably expecting that from you, but I think this is going to probably surprise people. And by the way, you're debuting this here tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, it's not posted.
Yeah. So thank you.
I'm a little behind in my posting. So.
Yeah, that's okay. Whatever, you know, everybody's always on their own time, you know. But yeah, nice. Appreciate it. It's a fun way to debut a piece. And like I was saying earlier in the evening, when Kavi debuted his piece, the nice thing is that, you know, you can appreciate it here tonight, but it's so much different when you see it large. So ultimately, when people see it for the first time posted in your gallery, the day you post it, it's just different because, oh wow, and you see it, you know, all the detail at large size, whatever. It's different. It's like you're seeing it for the first time again, you know. So it's kind of a fun thing that you can do, and it's you can debut things here, and yet it still feels like it's the first time when you put it in your cap gallery. So, but okay, yeah, let's take a look. Let me get you here like this, and yeah, talk to us a little bit about this piece. It's kick-ass, man. Check it out, everyone.
Yeah, so the reason I picked this, I had a pretty busy year. I bought a lot of art this year, but I picked this one because this was, I mentioned on your show, I haven't been to a con since like before COVID.
Yeah.
So anyway, this was, I was working, I was pretty busy, but I got off a day early. So,
yeah.
So it was the Abingdon Expo, so I thought I was going to miss it. But then I was like, I got off and I was like, I got time. So I was the hell, I decided to go down. So it was like the first con I've been to in like 5 years.
Right.
So, yeah, it was. Anyway, I went there. It was a pretty small show. It was not a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Sorry, John. Where was it again?
I was Edmonton. The Edmonton Expo.
Oh yeah, the Edmonton shows. Yeah, they're never that very big.
No,
right?
they were pretty small, but Nick was there, so he had some nice stuff. So I was looking at this. It was pretty hard. Like all his whole portfolio was pretty killer, right? So
yeah,
I got this because it's very similar to what Jeff Wedding was talking about earlier. So it's like this is the whole premise behind this story is there was like if you noticed it's Wolverine Blood Hunt.
Yeah.
So the premise is like there's these samurai vampires.
Samurai vampires.
Yeah, samurai vampires, right? So they're like going around Canada and trapping these like large hairy Canadians.
Ooh.
So Wolverine was trying to save them, of course, and anyway, a fight ensued, and they took it into the water, and Canadians can't swim, so that's the battle pretty much. So.
Well, I know I can't, not well anyway, not well, but that's cool. So the story you weren't kidding. The story does take place. It's set in Canada.
Oh yeah, sure, everything is.
Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. And the Kavi. I mean, the leg position, yeah, right? He's wrapping the legs around the torso. That's an MMA hold around the torso. The holding of the arm and biting of the neck, that's a little bit outside of MMA. And by the way, John is an MMA fan himself, so it's interesting that you said that.
Yeah.
Right, John?
Well, that's sort of like the move Marab pulled on O'Malley there. A little kissing on the neck. That's okay.
That's funny. But yeah, very, very, very nice piece. And can I say this might be, is it possible that, not that it matters, but this might be one of the more pricier pieces that you've ever purchased?
No.
No?
No, I wish so, but no.
Really? Okay. Because, I mean, I just figure, cover, published, Wolverine. I would have figured one of, not even one of.
It wasn't cheap, but no, I've been higher.
Okay. And just give me an example, because now I'm really super curious. Give me an example of something that's sort of in your higher financial range in your collection.
I picked up a nice Michael Cho Batwoman a little while ago. I haven't posted that yet.
A Michael with that, like a published piece or unpublished?
Yeah, one of his covers.
One of his covers. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's okay. So that's significantly more than a Wolverine Bradshaw cover.
Not a bit similar.
Okay. Oh, well, very, very nice, man. Very, very nice. And see, now you've presented it here. You can put it into your gallery anytime. Yeah. Nobody watches my show anyway, so they'll all think it's brand new.
Yeah. So Sean, I noticed Sean didn't realize I collected D&D, but there's quite a bit.
Yeah, you know.
If you want to check out my gallery, there's a little bit there. So.
Yeah, well, Sean, but when I say like D&D, it's not the original D&D stuff from like we used to see in the advertisements, from the 80s and stuff. We're talking the contemporary D&D comics that are being published or whatever.
Yeah, I only got one of the originals. I got a Forgotten Realms cover, but most of this all the newer series that IDW were doing.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's true. You got the Forgotten Realms Forgotten Roles cover. That's your only one. That was late 80s or early 90s, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
That
was Morales, Rags Morales.
Oh, the Rags. That's right. Yeah. Early career. Yeah, very early career. Rags Morales. Yeah. Wild stuff, man. Well, fantastic, man. Oh, sorry.
I got some Rick and Morty too. I'm actually surprised because they're all getting posted on Heritage right now. They're going pretty high.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like they're going for $3, $4, $5, $6 grand.
What?
I know. I was shocked.
I mean, I guess I'm not that shocked if you say 3. Doesn't shock me because
they're going for a lot higher than I thought. So,
but you've seen some actually in the 5-6 range.
Yeah, I thought there was. Yeah, one went for 5.
Oh, holy crap!
Yeah,
okay.
I know 1, 2, and 3 went, but not 4 because I own 4 and I haven't posted it yet. So
yeah. I mean, I know it's always been a popular show, but
I was shocked. I thought.
Yeah, in the comic
art.
Yeah, I didn't think I didn't think there'd be enough interest in the comic art hobby. I figured it was one of those things where in the comic art hobby, a lot of us, well, I shouldn't say us because I've never watched the show, but a lot of art collectors, I'm sure, have watched it and are fans of that show. But I think for a lot of those people, that's where it ends. Like, it's kind of like, oh, I love the show, but that doesn't mean I want to buy the original artwork. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was shocked.
Yeah.
It wasn't the price that I expected when I was looking at the auction.
Yeah. So very, very interesting. But hey, man, yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much as always. Always fun having you here. And yeah, appreciate the fact that you were able to make it. Thanks for making it work for us. Really, really appreciate that, man.
Okay, no worries.
All right, thank you.
All right,
talk to you soon. And and Sean Clancy, you should step into the backstage area. I'm not sure what you're waiting for. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're almost done there, Sean. So pop on in. And here, let me check that off. So I've got John done here. So John C from Canada is taken care of, and now we're bringing in John C from Canada again, but currently of the United States of America for the last
40 years.
Whatever years, you know.
Yeah, 40 years.
Yeah.
Give or take.
How's it going, John?
I'm still consider myself a Canadian.
Oh no, yeah. You're born here. You're Canadian. That's good.
Exactly.
You're born here. 9 years. You spent 9 years of your youth here.
12 years.
Was it 12?
Yeah.
Oh, even more. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, for sure, you're still Canadian, man. Oh, we don't kick you out that easily.
No. Hey, for all I know, I might come back. You don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 years. We could become a third world country.
Apparently, over the last couple of weeks, our friends here in the chat have been busting my chops, telling me that I may be the 51st state soon. So I don't know. Who knows what the hell's going on?
Don't buy into that crap.
No, I'm not buying into that. But
if anything, California and the West Coast will merge with Canada.
Yeah.
The Canadian,
Yeah. Who the heck knows? Who knows, but anyways, let's get into this, my friend. Yeah. So you got this piece that I ended up going with those. So you guys, just so you guys know, John showed me a few pieces and he figured I should choose, but then I was like, nah, this show is about everybody choosing their own, one piece that they want to talk about. And in the end, he was like wanting me to choose. And I was like, you know what? He kind of showed me that I got the feeling he wanted this one. So I went with the one that I think he wanted most. And so that's what I stuck with. So yeah, let's check it out and just talk to us a little bit about this one and why this one might be, one of your favorites of your favorite acquisitions of the year.
Yeah. The Alex Ross Green Arrow pencil piece. Yeah.
And just so everybody knows, check it out, everybody. It's like a recreation of an Alex Toth model sheet. from 1973. So that's really really cool and unique, right? Like I'm recreating a model sheet. And here, what I like, John, the best, if I can just tell you real quick, what I love about it is the fact that you got Alex Toth, who is, of course, the master of minimalism in this art form, and then the recreation being done by a guy who's completely about realism, you know?
Yeah.
So I love that. I love that.
So yeah, Alex did this for almost all the characters in preparation for his Justice 12-issue miniseries or maxi series that he did with DC several years ago. It's probably been a decade already now. But he basically did the Justice League versus the Legion of Doom in the 12-issue series. And so he went through and basically recreated all the Toth model sheets, within his style of all the characters that were going to appear.
Yeah.
So, and being that I'm a big Toth fan and Green Arrow's like my favorite secondary character, especially this Neil Adams designed costume and everything. It's just, and I also got it in trade with Alex. So I traded him some old
that's
toys.
How you acquired it through trading, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I traded him some old toys. I'm paring down the collection. Can't take it with me, and it won't fill. It was just too much because I've got 2 storage lockers full. So.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. You got to do what you got to do. Everybody, in their own time, they know what to do with their collections. I mean, for sure. But this is fabulous, and it's funny because I know I just want to say this. A lot of people, I think a lot of collectors, when they see, let's say they see a piece like this, you got this full body shot, plus you get these headshots. But I got to tell you, for me, my favorite part of this are the headshots, and I look at the full figure as the bonus.
Yes. Yeah.
No,
and it's also interesting how Alex sort of did a minimalist style of his own, sort of compared to what he normally would draw and the folds of the clothes and everything. But it was just really nice, to see. And Green Arrow appeared in all of one episode of the Super Friends over the 8 or 9 years that it aired. So,
wow, is that an actual fact?
Yes.
Wow.
I actually own a cell from that one appearance. I have it in my collection. Yeah, in my animation start. It's the only one I've ever seen, and I was looking for 30, 40 years before I found one.
Oh, wow. Marcus is asking, by the way, do you own the Toth piece or no?
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
It's in a big collector's collection, and he used to be up for trade, but now it's not even, I think, available for that. It's probably in a safe.
Okay. And Marcus, no, I do not like the back of the head one. That's not my favorite. My favorites, if I had to choose, are the top 2. I like the top 2. The second one from the top, I would say that's my absolute favorite if I had to choose. But
one of the things that I commented earlier is when you guys were talking about Kingdom Come and hard to find the pages. I made a comment that there used to be a problem with CAF that you couldn't search for Kingdom Come because of the word come. I'm not kidding you. I was looking for pages back when I was still more in my, better days and more searching days. Because while I have several Alex Ross pieces, I don't have a painted page, and I always wanted one. And anyways, I couldn't find them. It would be I knew there were pages up that were identified as Kingdom Come, but if you did a search, it wouldn't come up. And I had to contact Bill Cox, and he told me it had to do with the search engine that he was using, and that it would not search for that word "come."
Oh my gosh!
They were restricted, and so it's like you had to type in Alex Ross and then weed through everything. And he's done a lot of work for someone who's paints everything. So
yeah. That's pretty. That's a pretty interesting story, John.
I'm telling you, I mean, I had, like I said, I had to email Bill asking what the hell is going on.
This will be remembered as the cum episode.
Oh, come on, we're all adults here, right?
We are. We can handle it. Everybody's mature here. Mostly mature grown adults. Not really, but more like immature grown adults, you know. But that's whatever, man. It is what it is. No, I love to hear stories like that. It's crazy because I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? But yeah, that's fun, man.
It was weird. I thought it was weird. And also, you know, getting back to Kingdom Come, Mikhail, you know, great page that he had, but he's also right that Alex had come up with the idea and pitched it to DC, and they paired him up with, I think, Mark Waid, you know, to flesh it out and write it.
Right. Yeah, no, like I said, I gotta reread it at some point or whatever. It's been too long. And
same here.
Yeah,
it's a great story. I mean, part of it is also, you know, he did this in the mid 90s, and part of it was his sort of commentary on the sort of image era of the heroes, and you know how they you know, like Magog kind of looked like sort of like a Cable type character with all the pouches and all that stuff, and you know,
right,
just trying to a little bit of commentary there.
Right. Well, awesome, man. Hey, listen, I appreciate you as always.
No problem, buddy. No problem.
Not only Canadian, but the former Montrealer. That's it. Even makes it even better. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for my smoked meat, buddy.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you to come and visit, and then we're gonna go get smoked meat together. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
You know.
I look forward to that, and hopefully it'll be with me with my daughter in town.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, again, thank you so much for being able to do this. Really, really appreciate you, bud.
No problem. Mike,
Thank
how
you.
are you, man? Nice to meet you.
Hey.
I've visited your site many a times.
Thanks.
Nice.
I was there a couple years ago. I wanted to pull the trigger on some Dave Williams Hulk Power Pack pages, but I unfortunately wasn't able to do it.
Well, maybe next time.
Yes.
All right, John.
All
Be
right,
good.
guys. Take care.
Take care. You too.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, and here we go to our next presenter, Mr. Sean Clancy, who we don't know if his audio is going to work or not. Let's check it out. Bring him in and see what happens.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, Ruben sounds great.
Wow.
You like me better that way, right? I know you do, Sean. I know you do. How you doing, man?
All right. This
Yeah.
is going to be fun. Yeah, this is a fun show. I like the plot to this. This is great.
Yeah. And by the way, how did you manage? I thought you were kind of giving me the sense that, like, oh my gosh, you were one of the guys I kept thinking, oh man, I'll keep him for the end because you had told me, you know, the later the better. But you kind of gave me the impression that you might be one of those. Yeah, when I show up, if I show up, I'll probably need to kind of go on because I don't have much time. That's kind of, you were making me feel like it was going to be a situation where you had not much time.
No, it's the opposite. I'm on the West Coast, so it's only like 9 o'clock here. So
I know. Yeah, no, I know where you are, and I know that it wasn't a late issue. I just thought, I don't know, you gave me the impression, because I guess when you said, oh yeah, sure, I can do it, but like, you know, probably the later the better. And I was like,
I was just trying to give everybody else a chance. That's the only reason. I was trying to make room for everybody else. So.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Wow.
So you can put me in whenever. Am I the last one, or is somebody behind me?
Yeah, no, you're technically, I guess you're the last one. See, I even wrote in my notes exactly what you had told me in the email. Later the better. So I just thought that was because of you and you know, being busy and only can only arrive later, that kind of thing, you know. I did have there's somebody after you, but they're not going to be able to make it, so I'm just going to present the piece for them or whatever.
Okay.
That's basically it, you know. But yeah, let me cue up your piece. Marcus says, what? You're being investigated for paying to get ISIS pieces? You got some dealings with ISIS, do you? Oh, that's funny.
I think he's referring to the ISIS cover. I think I mentioned in the description that I had gotten a commission from Mike Vosberg and his payment was frozen.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what he's referring to. Believe me, that's exactly it. So funny. Okay, excellent. So then in that case, let me queue up your piece and you can talk to us about this. And yeah, let us also know why, what is it about this piece that this became the one for tonight to talk about? All right, check this out, everybody. One of my all-time favorite artists. And I love the character too. Check it out.
Yes, Conan.
Yeah.
So, and this is, I think it's drawn and inked by Buscemi.
Yeah, it's one of the very few issues. He did about a handful of issues out of all the Conan that he did, which was like hundreds. Only a handful of issues where he inked himself. So very rare, and yeah, that's fantastic. It's you get to see with these kinds of pages, you get to see the art as he envisioned it in his head, you know. And anybody who's a John Buscema fan knows he hated pretty much everybody's inking. Anybody that inked him, he hated it all. You know, he said occasionally I like my brother's work over me, but for the most part, he hated everybody else inking him, you know.
Yeah, and that issue especially was of interest to me because as a teenager, speaking of, you know, as John C. was mentioning, I was playing Dungeons and Dragons in high school. So I was like a 14, 15-year-old kid. And I was a dungeon master, and I was looking for inspiration to create my own module. And I created one of an island of different spiders and based it on the two-part Conan 140, 141 storyline. So when I saw pages come available, or not available, other people were actually showing them on CAF. I just talked them out of their pages. So I couldn't talk to you the cover. Someone has the cover to 140 on CAF, and he won't sell it. But
okay.
Yeah, still looking for more pages from both 140 and 141. But yeah, this is second best. So I got this year, and talked somebody out of it who had it on their CAF gallery.
Oh, you mean you saw it and just decided to talk them out of it?
Yep, I threw a price at him that he couldn't say no.
Okay.
We didn't even haggle. He said, "Well, of course I'll sell it."
Well, I mean, you made him a good offer, I guess.
Yep, on that splash, yes, for sure. So,
wow.
Yeah, and I bought a couple of pages from dealers this year also. So I own 3 or 4 pages from 140 and 1 or 2 from 141. All of them were obtained this year, or 2024.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah. Which is good because this is what I wanted people to. I wanted people tonight to you know, only pick something that, you know, they had acquired in 2024 in any case, you know. So
right. Yeah.
So this definitely fits the bill. Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, not only a panel page, you got a splash page, and I remember this issue. I remember reading the whole series, and yeah, I always loved penciled and inked Buscema, right? Pure Buscema, and it's very, very rare. So yeah, I really, really love this. I loved it when you posted it in your gallery. I was, oh, that's pretty exciting, you know. So it's yeah, very, very cool.
Yeah. I'm hoping that 2025 will also fill another want. I'm looking for the cover to Hulk 272. So if you see that out there, let me know.
I'll let you know. I think I might. I don't know. I used to be a big Hulk fan, so I might be able to come up with something. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I'll reach out to you in CAF then and see what happens.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you'll reach out to whoever you might, you know, you think might have a lead on it or whatever. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, fantastic. Thank you for doing this, man. I feel really
hey, short and sweet. Yeah.
Always fun to have you, and in the chat or on screen, either way is fun. So at some point, like I say to a lot of you guys, you know, at some point that.
Well, I'll say one thing. There is one commission. I mentioned it in the chat there. Walt Simonson's doing a commission for me that was 4 years in the making. He's only like a week away from finishing it now, finally.
Oh, really?
And I was hoping that would be done before the end of the year so I could actually put that into it.
Oh, shit. Okay.
But it's a week away, so just missed it.
Whatever. What are you going to do? That's okay. I mean, whatever. The important thing is that a 4-year-long commission is finally going to rear its beautiful head, right? So
yes, finally, yes.
Are you do you have the tendency of because I know like a lot of the stuff you're posting, you know, a lot of it, not everything, but I know a lot of it is stuff that you didn't just buy, that you bought a while back. When you get stuff like that, like this Simonson piece, are you typically, is that something that you would be so excited that, oh, I gotta share this, or would you hold on to it for a while before you shared it publicly?
Actually, I think I've kept it pretty quiet that the commission he's working on is for me. That he's posting on Facebook the progress of this.
Oh, has he been? Also, he's kind of been spoiling it without.
Yeah, and so it's he's been going. He's created a whole album over it and stuff. And so when that comes up, I'll probably post that. Yes, but I'm not going to pick it up till April because I'm going to go to his house and get it.
Oh, are you?
But the other commissions that you just mentioned, I'm just posting them as I have time to post them. I like to post 2 or 3 at a time. Mm-hmm. And so it's going to take a while because I have hundreds.
Yeah.
So I still have probably. So it's going to be a while.
You probably still have how many?
About 500.
About 5 still? Yeah. The post, right? Yeah. No, I'm sure it'll be a while, and that's probably why you've been doing them like at a pace of like 3 per day kind of thing. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, also when I don't know how it shows up on your screens, but 2 or 3 show up when you go to look at the person's page,
right?
And so I like to have them right there instead of you having to go search for them. So.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right.
On the recent posts, it goes up to 3 across.
Right, because you got 3 on the page right there. Yeah, the most recent 3. Yeah. But yeah, fantastic, man. I look forward to seeing all the upcoming shit, man. Thank you again. Appreciate you doing this for us, man. Thank you.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later, my friend. Thank you. All right. So, you know what, guys? What I did, I think, rather than, I feel bad for Danny Hoskins. That he couldn't make it ultimately because of the power outage, because of the storm and stuff. I would rather than show his piece and present for him. I did that last year for a couple of people. I'm not going to do that. I've changed my mind because there were actually, I think, 3 people who originally said they would make it, 3 or 4. They would come tonight, but then had to cancel. And so rather than me present for them, I'd actually rather leave it here, and the people that couldn't make it, I don't care. You know, for next year, I'll invite them for next year's episode if I'm crazy enough to do this again, which I probably will be. And then that way they can, they still get the honor of presenting their own piece that they're rightfully proud of, and they could speak to their piece about their piece a lot better than I could, say anything or whatever. So yeah, Danny, I know you watch these always on Rewind. I was going to surprise you. I didn't want to tell you. I was going to surprise you by presenting the piece for you. But, and I'm sure, I don't know. You probably would have been happy for me to do that. I'm assuming, I don't know. But I would rather you present on your own. So for next year, I'll invite you back, even though the piece may not be from 2025 or whatever. It'll be the 2024 piece. That's cool. Whatever, you can come back. And if you don't even want to show the one you were going to show tonight, pick another one that you acquire in 2025. Whatever. But yeah, I'll invite you back next year, even though you will not have done a show and tell in 2025 with me. But yeah, man, that's it. Sean, that makes Sean the final presenter. So that's it for tonight. And a little bit shorter. It's not quite as short as I was hoping, but still shorter than last year's episode. So all in all, turned out pretty good. It was fun. I had a great time. What do you think, Mike?
I think it went pretty smooth. Everybody was there. Yeah, I think it was good.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Matt Kennedy wants to do this monthly.
You mean with the All Stars as a monthly show? I don't think so. I don't think so, man. I'm certainly not going to put up with it. Be the one to put it all together. Yeah, catch you soon, Kavi. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry guys, I obviously I couldn't be with you guys too much in this episode in the chat, but I'll enjoy all your joking around and all your commenting when I rewatch it. I'll rewatch the show later this week when I get some free time. I'll watch it all just like a fan and just sit back and watch it, not have to type messages and speak. And yeah, just be able to read all your comments. That'll be fun. So yeah, but let me see what I'll pop in now real quick just to see what some of the people are saying. And now the end is near. Exactly, Matt. Captain Confederacy art, it was not. I won't say what it was, but it was not a Captain Confederacy. I know you're surprised, Marcus. But yeah, thank you again. I'm not going to do it, Stanley. Best of part 2. Exactly. Thanks for being here, Ian. By the way, I didn't get the chance to say hi to you. Yeah, you got to wait a whole year, Marcus. And do a part. Hell no. I'm not doing a part 2 of this type of show, man. Geez, just the emails. Here, let me check real quick, guys, just so in case you're curious. Okay, let me just go into my emails. I'll tell you how many separate emails regarding tonight's show had to be sent back and forth, including my messages and everybody else's all together. Let me see. So I ended up having 2 different email chains. One of them has 82 total messages, and the other one has 102. Yeah. So 184 messages over the last couple of weeks, last 3 weeks since I first sent out the invitation to everybody. Yeah, so it's pretty crazy organizing this. So yeah, we're going to just leave it there. Once per year is more than enough. Make it a monthly. But it's fun. It was super fun. It's always fun to have everybody showing up, that many people on the same night. It's really difficult for everybody. So it's not just me that has the difficulty. It's difficult for everybody. But I know a lot of you guys say yes, and you kind of, you make the time to be here on this this special episode last year and this year. So I really appreciate that from all of you. So thank you again. Best. Don't start it, Mike. What the hell is this? Shut the fuck up.
That's what I was talking about with Matt.
That's not okay. Let's not get people excited.
I'll let you do the highlights.
Yes, let me highlight again. I'm sure Mike, you highlighted these, but let me put them up just so I can say thank you, Carl. And it was logistically difficult, exactly. So, but I appreciate everybody's effort in making it work. It's a lot of work. It wasn't difficult, but like it's a lot of work. That's the problem. That's what makes it difficult. It's just a lot to handle. So many moving parts, so many people to talk to back and forth, emailing with everybody, individually. So that's the thing. Thanks, Rickster. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, great pieces, guys. So thanks to everybody for participating. You want me to Kingdom come back? Yes. Good night to you, Dan. Didn't get the chance to say, well, no, I did say hello by sending you a hello message. I typed the hello message to you, which I don't think you said hello back. But thanks for dropping by. And cheers to you, Jeff. Good to see you again. That is Jeff Wedding, of course. Thanks for participating. Appreciate you. JC, thank you very much. Good night to you. And thanks for the great night. Great show, Ruben and Mike and everybody who shared art. Thanks for the conversation. Awesome pages. Yeah, thanks, Ian. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hey, Antoine. What's up, Z? I didn't get a chance to say hi to you because I wasn't. I had my boy Mike here handling the chat tonight, so that allowed me to interact more with and focus more on listening to the guests tonight. So that's why I got to rewatch it and see who else was here and see everybody else. So I can, even though I won't be able to talk to you on the rewind, I'll get to see that you were here and see everything that you guys said. Cool premise for a show, showcasing collectors as much as the art. Yeah, well, that, Steve, let me tell you, that was my whole reason for the creation of the comic art show and tell series. As much as people think it's all about the art, for me, it was more about having a way to showcase collectors and letting other collectors get to know a little bit about other collectors. So, and which is why I always say on every episode, that's why I always say, as long as the episodes go, and as much as I get people saying, all right, next, get to the artwork. I love talking to collectors, about collectors. I love that more than I do showing the artwork. So that's the whole point for this series. So there you go. Thanks for dropping in. Good to see you again. And thank you, Hart. Appreciate it. Thanks for doing the show again. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you. Have a good time. Obviously, we will see each other again here next week. And we'll see you at least a couple more times before you go to OAX, of course. But yeah, thank you as always for being here. And you little bastard. Keeping you out of the chat helps on time. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. Thank you, Eric. I vote Kai as chat MVP. Kai?
Kavi.
Oh, Kavi. Chat, is he the chat MVP? Okay. I can't wait. Again, I can't wait to watch it on Rewind. Great show, especially your gaslight, especially your last guest. He was pretty decent. He was all right. I'll give him give him a couple of thumbs up or whatever, Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you, bud. Valiant page. It was not a Valiant page. It was not, Jason. Sorry to disappoint. But at least it doesn't matter that you're not going to see it because it wasn't a Valiant page. Take care. Thank you. Have a great week yourself, my friend. Yeah, be safe out there, everybody who's going into this crazy, crazy weather. There we go, Kavi, the corrected version. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you for showing up as always. Let's keep the chat going via email. This must have been the easiest show to produce. You know it. Like I told you earlier in the evening, Stanley, 5 minutes and it was done. That's it. Yeah. Don't forget, me and Marcus, we're rooming together. Don't forget to wait for us. No matter, we might be a little late, but don't forget to wait for us. No matter how long it takes, we will show up. All right, just keep waiting, even if it takes till Sunday after the show. Eric, a group effort. Yeah, exactly. It's all of us coming together. Exactly, Copy. You got it right. Exactly. Thank you. Show us the King Dong come King Dong come art again. Nice. Show us Mike's Henry piece. What?
The piece from Calf.
Yours?
Yeah. It says, I know you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, maybe next year he'll choose that one. That was awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, that's a killer piece. You never know. You might choose that one. Yeah, that's a killer piece, bro. Like I said, I think I said in the comment I left. I think that's the best of the week already, like for 2025 or whatever,
No,
yeah.
There's no superhero, so can't be.
To many. Let's say to many. Bring Kavi on for an encore show. We just had him on, man. Relax. But oh my goodness, Turbo Granny is gonna gobble your dong. What the hell is happening here? I may have forgot to send peas a few times. Whoops, what? Marcus is killing everybody. Next. Enjoy watching sports on Rewind. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Where does the name Young Dragon come from? It comes from Blade Runner, my favorite movie of all time. Blade Runner. How do you not know that? Featuring the best actor of all time, Daryl Hannah. Please hit the 10 favorite pieces you saw tonight in order. Please list them. Yeah, okay. Where do you vote for the best of the night? Right here. Look forward to Rewind to catch what I missed. Yeah, me too. Going forever now with Ruben on comments. No, exactly. No, I'm catching up. Let's finish this off. Don't yuck or yum, Kavi. Do you wait nostalgia for the whatever? Trying to keep it going. I get it. I'm wise to you though. Oh, look at Derek. Derek showed up. Derek was one of the guys. He had, I guess he had other things to do. I wanted him on, but he passed on it. Waiting on what though? Death?
No, I think he's waiting he's ready to come on, but now it's too late. But I'll tell you, on a serious note, if you want to vote for the best piece that we showed, leave a comment after the video's over.
That's true. That's a cool thing. That's what you guys can do. Yeah. Leave a comment under the video. Just feel free to, if you don't, if you don't want to make other people feel bad, I don't think so. I think it's okay. Tell what was your one favorite comment, your favorite piece, if you have one, of the
It's
evening.
not the best piece. It's your favorite piece.
Yeah. Yeah, Derek, just so you know, Derek, I'm gonna invite you again next year. So, hopefully you say yes next year. That's all I can say. And if not, I don't hold it against you. But I love having you on all the time. So that's why I wanted you on. So we'll see. Hopefully next year. Pick us up at the airport. Yeah, exactly. Pick us both up at the airport. Anybody. The professor, hey, bootlegging, and good night. Good night, Hart. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Sean Young, there's another one. Waiting for. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so it wasn't for him to come on. He's talking about he's going to be waiting. He's going to turn into a skeleton. Remember? Yeah. That's what he said last week when we were talking about that. Exactly. Never too late. No, that's right. Just catching the end, and we'll watch the replay later. Sounds good, pal. Appreciate it. Make all the guests list the prices they pay. You're nuts. 2026 is your year, Derek. Exactly. All right, everybody. Let me leave you all out here with next week's thumbnail as usual. Really appreciate it if you could come back. Let's have some fun with Hart again as he does his final 25, the final 25 commission pieces that he's keeping his collection as he tries to get rid of everything else. And that is this one right here. Thank you once again to all of you who participated tonight. Mike, my pal, thank you for being an kick-ass, awesome co-host, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, man, you did an awesome job. Really appreciate you. So, yeah, and to those of you who come in, week out, or even just once in a while, I appreciate all of you, but especially you regulars. You know who you are. And you guys on Rewind, man. The Rewind views on average are increasing over time, as is my subscribership very slowly. So I love that. So thank you again. Appreciate all of you. And yeah, please don't forget to check out Nikki B on Friday. And then please do come back here again to watch a Comic Art Show and Tell 66 with Hart for the final 25 next Sunday. Peace. Oh, Kavi's still here. Peace. Yes, Mike was the co-host. What do you mean? What are you getting at? Co-ghost. Mike was even track of what piece is sold. Nice. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate you. And yeah, we'll catch you next week. Thanks again, everyone. And go blue.